Good morning. I officially call to order the Arizona Game and Fish Commission meeting here in beautiful Sierra Vista, the hummingbird capital of the world. It's fabulous to be here. Mr. Hernandez, Commissioner Hernandez, almost now Mr. Hernandez, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will. If everybody will please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing while we have our moment of silence. Governor Katie Hobbs ordered flags at all state buildings to be lowered to half staff from sunrise until sunset February 20th and from sunrise to sunset February 23rd in honor of the internment of 2 Arizona Department of Public Safety crew members who tragically lost their lives in the line of duty helicopter crash on February 4th. She also ordered flags at all state buildings be lowered to half staff from sunrise until sunset March 8th in honor of the internment of La Paz County Superior Court presiding Judge Marcus Kelly. Please, a moment of silence. Thank you, and please be seated. I'd like to begin by having the commissioners introduce themselves, please.
Kurt Kerr, Pine Top, Arizona.
Jeff Buchanan. I always say Patagonia, Arizona, which is where I live now, but I grew up in Sierra Vista and a proud 1977 graduate of Buena High School.
Woo woo. Marcia Petrie Sue, Scottsdale, Arizona.
James Guggenauer, Payson, Arizona.
Good morning. Clay Hernandez for the last time, Tucson, Arizona.
Good morning, Josh Hurst, Deputy Director.
Good morning, everyone. Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Jim Odenkirk, General Counsel.
We're going to come back to Director Finley, please.
Tom Finley, still Director so far.
Kelly.
Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Chief, acting for Clay Crowder for the Wildlife Management Division.
Jared McFarland, Field Operations Assistant Director. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony Giles, Assistant Director, Information Education Recreation Division.
Good morning, Jen Stewart, Support Services Assistant Director.
And I love that you're sitting up here with us now, too. Thank you. That's great. From time to time, commissioners experience moments that both honor service and welcome new leadership. Today is one of those moments as we recognize the contributions of one commissioner and welcome another to the table. Before I introduce our newest commissioner, I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank Commissioner and past Chair Clay Hernandez for his service. Clay, it has truly been a pleasure working with you. Your intellect, thoughtful approach, and steady leadership have meant a great deal to this commission, but especially to me. I will personally miss your perspective, your graciousness, your ability to elevate every discussion. You are simply an exceptional human being. I do have you on speed dial, and I will never forget all y'all. And if you've been around, you know that comes from Clay's time being raised in El Paso. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. And please extend our gratitude to Barbara, your wife. She's just been amazing. We're thankful for the support and commitment you have both given to the commission, and thank you for all you have done. And before we go any further, I'd like to invite Johnny Fugate up. I understand you have something very special.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. For everybody in the room, my name's Johnny Fugate. I chair governmental affairs for the Rod and Gun Club. And we would just like to present to Commissioner Hernandez a very small token of our appreciation of his 5-year commitment to the commission. And without further ado, I'll bring it to him with your permission.
Thank you so much, John. That's lovely.
Thank you so much. Thank everybody for that.
That's really nice.
Y'all need to know that. There you go. All y'all need to know that I got a call from Johnny on Wednesday morning saying, it's going to happen today. Don't you worry about it. So
Oh,
thank you,
for the
Johnny.
confirmation.
Yep.
That's great. That's great. Would any of the commissioners like to say a few words? Yes, please. Commissioner
I would
Buchanan.
like to say something, Madam Chair, and Clay. It's been a pleasure to work with you, to learn from you. I appreciate your wisdom, your guidance, maybe even most importantly with me, your patience. You've done a lot, and your expertise in the law and looking at things from different directions than we would have considered has helped make our entire commission better, and I would argue the entire department better. So thank you for that. I'm going to miss hearing you say bear down.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hernandez, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve next to you. Your vision, your leadership has been inspirational. It has become abundantly clear in my short time that you're not here just to fill the title, to have the role of commissioner. You're here to do it, and you've done that exemplary. The citizens and wildlife of Arizona could not have a better representative. So thank you very much for your service. I appreciate it. And hopefully I could reach out to you in the future for.
Please do.
All right. Thank you.
Put him on speed dial.
You bet.
It's always tough going last because now all the accolades are out there, right? But Clay, I echo what everybody's saying here, but I also want to know for the public, you know, our spouses are as much engaged with what we do. If it wasn't for our spouses, we wouldn't be able to do what we do as commissioners. So to you and Barbara, I mean, the 5 years goes by so fast, sometimes it's amazing, but when you're doing it, it seems like it's never going to end. But I'm here to tell you that this commission, the department, the stakeholders, wildlife and habitat in the state of Arizona are better because you and Barbara were part of this commission. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Clay, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to thank everybody here, both the department and the commission. It's something that it's one of the greatest experiences of my life. So thank you all.
Great. I know he probably has a car running outside, getting
Madam
ready
Chair,
to leave
Madam Chair.
Skidmore, right?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
could I
please.
say just a couple of
Absolutely.
words to
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez as well? I just wanted to point out that from the perspective of the department, our commission system is really the greatest system in the nation. And I'm not kidding about that. Y'all are aware of how we're different than other states. The commission represents the people we work for and the dedication of the commission. I don't think a lot of people realize that. Department people realize that, but every commissioner probably spends more than 1,500 hours a year doing this. It's not a pedestrian job. It's not a pedestrian calling. You have to really invest. And I wanted to thank every one of you, but Clay right now especially, for trying to run a really difficult business while he was doing this and giving so much time to the department and so much wisdom. The other thing is the department's pretty good at doing what we do, but every commissioner contributes in a different way to how much better we are at being a department because of their life experiences, not necessarily just what we do in wildlife management and the other parts of the mission, but their life experiences and how we can be a little bit better, and their professional acumen and how we can be a little bit better. But Clay, they've already summed it up. Like Commissioner Guggenauer said, I couldn't do any better than what's been said by the commissioners. But I want to say from a department perspective, you've made us so much better. The way you are to work with as a partner, as somebody who makes this department richer, is really a great thing. And I'll count you as a friend forever. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And I would ask Commissioner, our newest Commissioner, Jessica Manuel, to come and join us, please. And Clay, don't leave yet, please. Okay, just go sit down. I'm still bossy. As Jessica is joining us, as Commissioner Emanuel is joining us, she was nominated by the governor's office, completed the legislative review process, and was confirmed by the Senate Natural Resource Committee just this last Wednesday. You know, this happens pretty quickly when it happens, and was confirmed then by the full Senate. Over the past several months, you know, she just doesn't walk off the street, put her in her name, and then sit down in the chair, and the expectation is you know everything. Over the past several months, she's already been learning the inner workings, I had another word there, but I thought I better clean it up, of the commission and the department, reviewing workbooks, attending meetings, and engaging in many conversations about the issues and priorities. So it's still in overwhelm mode, and it probably will be for the first couple meetings in the first couple months, especially when you see the size of our notebooks. And it was fun when one of the commissioners was brand new, and they said, wow, that's a big notebook. So what do they do every month? They just change out a couple pages. I said, oh no, every page is brand new that you get to read inside and out. So I know you already have had that for a couple months, and you have a fresh one in front of you now that you've already been through. Commissioner Emanuel, your background, experience, and perspective, if you don't follow her on Facebook, you should, and see some of the fabulous things that you do. You were just on the Black-Footed Ferret release, which is back almost in your backyard. Yeah, that was great. She's going to be a tremendous addition to this commission. She's an outdoor woman, hunter, angler, business leader, wife, and mother. And that's what I'm especially liking, is that she's young, much younger than me, half the age of me, actually. You bring a thoughtful and well-rounded background to us. So I really appreciate you're going through the process and finally being confirmed. So that's fabulous. We're truly glad you are here. And now that you're officially confirmed, let the real fun begin. Oh boy, oh boy. Would any of you like to say a few words, Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jessica and I have spoke several times over the last couple months, but for those that don't know, this process started last August with applications, with interviews, with another interview, with delay, go back 3 steps, do 3 things over, get to here. You have to be dedicated just to get through the process to get here. I'm happy to say that when she went before the Senate Natural Resource Committee and did an interview down there, it was a unanimous vote for her name to be forwarded to the floor. Last week, when they did the floor vote, it was also unanimous. So I think it just tells you that legislators are engaged, they understand the work of the Game and Fish Department, but your expertise and your skills come to the top. So congratulations, thank you for your dedication, and look forward to 5 years. Actually, let's say 3 years, because I'll be gone your last 2. Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks. Commissioner Emanuel, congratulations. We're all excited to have you on. And we know you're going to bring us a different perspective. Of course, you're a great outdoors woman, great bow hunter, all of those kinds of things. But you're going to bring a perspective through your agricultural education, through your business experience, for your experience as a young mother. All of that is going to help us make better decisions about how to manage wildlife or kids, and also do right for the department. So we want to thank you for that. We're also very happy to have somebody representing the beautiful megalopolis of Parks, Arizona. So there you have it.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, we're really excited to have you on board. And you've got some big shoes to fill, but nobody expects you to be the next Clay Hernandez. We need the next Jessica Emanuel. All right, your unique insights and life experiences they're gonna strengthen this commission. And we don't always agree up here. We don't always hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but we do respect each other. And I want you to know that any of your opinions, any of your perspectives are going to be welcomed and they're going to be respected. So please share what you have with this commission. You're only going to make us stronger. So congratulations and welcome aboard.
Jessica, did you want to say a few words?
Madam Commissioner. Clay, I'm really, I'm happy for you. I'm bummed that I don't get to work with you. I'm going to miss out on a wealth of knowledge, and a lot of people in the audience don't know that the first time I applied for this was 6 years, so this is the 6th year of throwing my name in the hat. I will beat dead horses, and I am a glutton for punishment, but I believe in it, which is why I'm here. There's been a last name change in the middle of that, so if my face is familiar but the name's not, that's why. We also say all y'all, so it's not going away. And everyone will get a chance to meet my daughter, which is really great because she helps put a lot of things, being a mom helps put a lot of things in perspective for me with what I see happening for the future. So I'm very excited. And so thank you. And I'm very looking forward to the next 5 years.
Fabulous. Director Finley?
Commissioner Manuel, welcome. I'm really happy to have you here. They say nothing good comes easy, and I watched your journey, and though it wasn't easy, I'm sure glad you stuck it out and will beat a dead horse. Looking forward to more of that. I talked a little bit about the commission really being the superpower for the department, really is. And we're looking forward to seeing what you bring to the commission and the department. Therefore, remember, the department gives the commission wheels, and we'll be here for whatever you need wheels for. So keep on with us. We're glad you're here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Very exciting. Right now, because we have a couple people to say goodbye, or a person to say goodbye to, and Jessica to welcome, Commissioner Manuel to welcome. So I'd like to take about a 10-minute break, please. And let's be back. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's make it, is that 8:30? 8:30. All right, 10 minutes. Can we re-adjourn, please? Oh, sorry, I got off track here. Officer Daniels, I couldn't find you. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Commission, good morning. To start off with, we have a couple of local officials that would like to say a few words and welcome you to Sierra Vista.
Excellent.
First, Senator David Gowan, you come up, please.
Thank you for being here, Senator. Always great to see you.
Thank you for being here. Welcome to my beautiful home. This is where I live, Sierra Vista. So it's you guys know my travel now. I always tell the guys that are living in Maricopa County, 30 districts we have in the state, 20 are in Maricopa or touch it. So they don't know the drive, but once they take it, they're like, that's what you do every week? I say, that's what I do every week. So it's, but as you guys can see, and I know a few of you are here last night, you can see what the weather's like here. And I know the general's from here, so this is a great place. Now you're in Patagonia, but I have Patagonia again in my district. So the redraw took in all of Cochise except Bisbee and Palominas. So that was cut out of my old district, which I had the whole county at one time. Then I have all of Greenlee and all of Graham except the reservation. And I have in Pima, I have the southeast side. So Corona, Old Vale. If you know Old Vale, that's where the Safeway is. And then the community above that, all the way out to Green Valley. Then you come down, I have Sonoyta, Elgin, and Patagonia. And that's the district size of Massachusetts. So, and I could be a game warden or something from Massachusetts. But I appreciate you guys always traveling and coming out to the different places. I've seen you in many, that size of a district. I visited you when you came to Graham, visited you when you went to Wilcox. Appreciate you coming here. Even St. John, I visited you a long time ago. That was quite a travel. But What a pleasure. You know, interesting enough, and I was talking to Ed back here, the commission. And, you know, I'm termed out once again. This is my second term out. I termed out of the House. Now I'm turning out of the Senate. Running for the House again, which is kind of crazy. I've been running for 22 years. I lost my first 4. So, you know, Commissioner Manuel, you know, you did your 6 years. Just think of losing a couple times in this type of race and then finally winning. So I'm with you. You just be a little tenacious and boom. And congratulations, by the way. Pleasure to vote for you on what was that, 2 days ago, right? 2 days ago it was done. So it's great. But I did get to vote for you in committee too. We had you drive you through committee. In fact, that's the interesting factor. I voted for every one of you.
Thank you.
And our past, and Clay, right? So that's how long I've been in that Senate for now. It's kind of crazy. But I appreciate what you guys do. I love what you do, and you protect our game and wildlife, the hunt for our people out here, our citizens. I love that you interact with our ranchers well. Just keep that up, because you know you're in ranch land right now. And my heart goes to these guys with our police officers, right? Peace officers and police officers. I know they're AZ Post certified just as well. We have a budget coming up, and it's always in my mind, your guys and the parks rangers here, that when we do our troopers, we got to make sure that we remember our guys back here, and we will. And I know we've talked, Director, about that and making sure your guys are taken care of all throughout. Not just our officers, but all your employees. This is a good man right here. I've known Tony forever. In fact, Tony was liaison when I started. Think of that. How long ago that was?
A couple of years.
A few years ago. So now he's moved up that way. But I'm here for you guys, so you know. Just what I say is keep being there for our hunters, our fishermen, our anglers, which you are. You guys do a very good job, and that's why I love to come to these things. In fact, we're going to be doing an event for, I don't know if you guys, I know you do, but out in the world, I think I'm on camera, we have a group called NASC, National Associated Sportsmen's Caucus, which is a national group of legislators across the United States. We get together every year in some area. It's usually in the East Coast because they don't like to travel this way. You'd think they'd want to come here, wouldn't you? Out to the West where you can do hunting and fishing rather easily compared to the East Coast. But I don't know. They don't want to travel or something. But it is my want for the future to try to get them to come to Arizona. So we do have a new project manager for the West Side who I'm working with, Ed's working with. I know the director, you know her too. We're going to try to get that movement going. We got the Grand Canyon sitting right up there, right? I'd love to bring them down this way, but Grand Canyon seems to draw everybody. So if we can figure those needs out, how we can get some stuff to do for them when we get them done, but we'll be talking. Maybe we could draw them there. That's a good economic boon for us at least for a year there. But right now we're short on members in our association, so we're going to make a drive for that. And I want you guys to know that you'll be all invited to do that with us. And I think we're going to look at an indoor shooting gallery because it's going to be getting hot in the Phoenix region. And as you know, getting members to drive this far down is hard. So it'll be easier to keep them in their region and do something there and make a drive so that we can get more members involved to understand what you all do. All y'all do. So we're pushing that right now. And the next year we'll look at a cast and blast as we talked about, as we've done in the past. And we're going to make sure everybody comes out for that, right? Not just the members, but you guys. You have to meet the members and tell them what you do, so that they understand and we can educate them. Because right now, mostly it's city folks that are in the legislative body. So we have to make them understand what happens out here in the real world. I have to teach them a lot about what our ranchers do, what our farmers do, how they feed us, and why we need water. Right? So it's good that you're here teaching them why we need our game and why we need our fish, and why we have our licenses so that we can pay for those things to keep that free to us, right? What I mean free is that we have that ability to do that. Obviously, it costs a little bit to go hunting, costs a little bit to fish, but those costs go right back into the effort and to make sure that it's there for us. So just want to say thank you, and thank you for traveling, like I said earlier, always going to different places and making your presence known to the populace of this great state. And I've always appreciated what you do, and thank you, and keep that up, all right? I'm actually headed now, and I thank you for putting me up first. The sheriff of our county, Sheriff Daniels, is actually graduating a few new deputies in Bisbee. So I'm going to go over there and take part in that celebration. So I appreciate you getting me up. So
Thank you
God
for
bless
your
you. Keep it up.
continued support, and even not only during these meetings, but also offline, because I know we have those communications, making sure that we do know what each other is doing and how we can help and move forward with it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
Commissioners.
if I could just say, well, Senator Gowan, thanks for appearing here this morning. You know, as long as I've been on the commission, and I know many years before that, you've been the advocate at the legislators for the commission and the department. This year, there are 19 pieces of legislation down there that somehow impact the Game and Fish Department. And I've been watching you work the last couple of months since this session started, and you're right on the floor. You do what you always do, working hard. Your work a couple of years ago on the PRS legislation that you ran, that's legendary, sir. People in this department still talk about what a great step that was, and great support by you to do that. So we appreciate the kind words, but we really appreciate the work you do on behalf of Game and Fish down at the Capitol.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner. You see, these are my constituency down here, and they put me there, so I better work for them, or I could. They're a good whip on me.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
people, too. This is a great district, great group of people. I mean, from the size I just told you, from the top to the bottom, we believe in wholeheartedly in this great state and our freedom. So that's what we fight for, and I appreciate you.
Thank you for your service and safe travels today.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you all.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
Officer Daniels.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, Commissioners, we also have the Mayor of Sierra Vista, Clee McCall, say a few words. Thank you for
Fabulous.
having us, Mayor.
Good to see you again, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. It is a great day here in Sierra Vista, and welcome to the greatest city this side of heaven. It is a beautiful day, and we thank you just for coming down, just for selecting Sierra Vista as a commission meeting. And we just want to welcome you to stay a couple days, eat in our restaurants, stay at our hotels, go check out, as you said, Madam Chair, the national capital of the hummingbird, as well as the home of a Buffalo Soldier. So thank you so much. We look forward to being with you. We look forward to a great meeting, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for your graciousness. Appreciate that very much. All right. Officer Haywood. Going to face that way so the camera can see. You have to get close to the mic though, or they yell at me. Okay, so they can hear both of us. Allison began her career with the Arizona Game and Fish Department in 2010. You don't look old enough. As a wildlife manager, she served in several districts, mostly Region 5, Yuma, for 14 years. For the past 2 years, Allison has been the Regional Public Access Specialist. Say that fast.
Yep.
Right? Where she finds new and innovative ways to solve access issues that are beneficial to both the landowners and the public. Allison recently facilitated a project between the department the Sunzia Power Company, and the Diamond D Ranch, which included 50-year access agreement. 50 years. It's a long time. It's more than you're old.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Each access agreement is unique, and Allison's ability to foster relationships with all those parties has been invaluable. The trust she has garnered with landowners allows Allison to think outside the box and find common ground solutions that are not only beneficial to ranchers and farmers, but provide recreational opportunities. And I think that's what the public really looks for too, is to see what are we doing for them? Where's our access? So why are you even in business? And over the vast stretches of landscape, and you've got a lot. You've got a lot. The relationship and credibility that Allison has built with the landowners and the sportsmen throughout the region has proven to have positive impacts in all aspects of wildlife management in southeastern Arizona. For your commitment to building lasting relationships and securing recreational access opportunities, the Commission would like to present you with Allison Haywood with this certificate of appreciation. That one? Okay. Wrong one. All right. There we go. Thank you so much. Oh, no, that's what I didn't see you holding that. It was just. Fabulous. Thanks again. Harold Maxwell. Come on down. Feel like Monty Hall. Good to see you again. Thank you for reminding me, of a Troy Christensen connection. That's great. Excellent. Harold Maxwell is a lifelong conservationist whose deep respect for Arizona's wildlife has shaped a career of dedicated public service and volunteerism, and I know that personally. Harold has long been involved in regional wildlife conservation efforts through both professional and volunteer capabilities. His dedication and work ethic exemplify the spirit of stewardship that the Arizona Game and Fish Department seeks to foster amongst its volunteers and partners. As a prior City of Tucson employee, so you had a teeny bit of a drive this morning, where he managed more than 22,000 acres of land. That's a lot of land, 22,000 acres of land holdings. For the Water Department, Harold brings a unique blend of practical knowledge, leadership, and collaborative spirit to every project he supports. He has most recently served as the land management director for BKW Farms, overseeing the management and stewardship of over 17,000 acres, another big parcel of land owned by the City of Tucson in Avery Valley. In this role, Harold has engaged with the Game and Fish Department on land use planning and conservation of wildlife habitat. And boy, oh boy, do we know how important water is in today's drought. Harold has been an advocate for hunter access within the various cities of Tucson properties in the Avery Valley area, consistently ensuring that clear signage is maintained. I think it's important to have the clear signage, but that maintenance of it is what's really important, because people are out there taking those signs down, destroying them, and that sort of thing. So that's a big part of it. On each property, along with maintaining sign-in box information, Harold has also supported research efforts in the Avery Valley area related to the recent mule deer collaring. Those are always fun. If you've ever been that close to a mule deer or an elk project, and assisted in locating dropped collars with important data. His efforts particularly stand out in the area of wildlife connectivity, a growing issue as urban development, fencing, and land fragmentation continue to challenge the free movement and genetic health of wildlife population. I think a lot of people just think of the migration, but they don't think of some of these other factors as well. Harold's contribution directly support the Arizona Game and Fish's mission to conserve, enhance, and restore Arizona's diverse wildlife resources and habitat. For these efforts, the Commission is proud to present this certificate of appreciation to Harold Maxwell. Okay, we're taking a picture. Thank you all so much.
Congratulations, sir. Thanks for told you it was going to happen.
So thanks to the fire department for lending us this space. And as you can tell, they still had a call just now, but they did turn off all the ringers and buzzers that go off in this room. So I really appreciate that, because I think that would have scared me to death. Absolutely. Director Finley?
Madam Chair, I feel like I should respond. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. We will be operating off the agenda dated March 2nd, 2026. For the benefit of the public, agendas are available and located on the table by the door. If a member of the public wishes to speak to the Commission on an agenda item, please fill out a blue slip, and they're also available on the table by the door. Give the blue slip to staff, and we will ensure that you are recognized on the appropriate agenda item. If you would like to present the Commission with materials as part of your presentation, please place the materials in the inbox on the table by the door, and we'll make sure they are distributed. If you can't tell, the table by the door is a really important thing. We are webcasting this meeting. However, the webcast is not interactive. The department accommodates comments and discussion from attendees in person and at regional offices via video conference and electronic blue slips. If you want to address the Commission on something that is not on the agenda, we have a call to the public notice for that purpose. You can sign up for the call to the public by filling out a blue slip. The chair will recognize you, and at that time, you may address the Commission. In accordance with the open meeting law, the Commission is not able to discuss or take any action on a topic brought up in call to the public because it was not noticed on the public agenda. But the Commission may refer it to a future meeting or ask the department to respond to the comments or meet with you to address the issue. With that, Madam Chair, we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is called to the public.
Thank you so much, Director. I would like to ask Rebecca Waite to please come up. Thank you, Rebecca. And if you would please state your name and your organization, that would be great. And you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Waite. Welcome, and thank you very much for coming down. I want to firstly say congratulations to our new commissioner, who is a very wonderful addition, and we cannot wait to see all the good you bring, especially as a young mother. I cannot wait to see. So thank you very much. I'm here mainly as a business owner and a former guide. I will guide again eventually, but we guide quail here in Southern Arizona mostly. My husband, my daughter, and I all work together. We own a company and do as much as we can. With that, we have seen one of the worst seasons we've ever seen in our bird populations down here. It's just been really dry, as we all know. With that, we come the new Mern season coming up. We would like to possibly get you to consider a Mern stamp. Many other states have come up with a conservation stamp for a particular bird. Montana, Wyoming for grouse, especially Colorado did it as well. We have no idea who all is coming into this state, both residential and out of state, hunting these birds. And that would be the #1 way to start doing this. We're hoping to be able to speak to the wildlife quail biologist. I know she was on the agenda last month and got pushed. So we're hoping to hear from her and see what she would like to do with this upcoming season. But the #1 thing that we would like to see is some science-backed data really pushed for this. And the only way to do that is to get some actual idea of who's hunting these birds. And if we could have some mandatory reporting on them, that would be even better. But I understand that things go slowly and little steps have to be taken, especially with the public. Right now, that's the biggest thing that I think we can deal with this season in time for MERN season to start again. I know you guys all have different ideas of start dates and when we should open season, and I think my other speakers will speak more clearly on that, but I wanted to really push for MERN stamps. I think are our biggest asset to this upcoming season, and if you would greatly consider that, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you and have a wonderful day, and again, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Doug Snow. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Doug Snow. I'm a resident of Elgin, specifically the Canelo area, just eastern Santa Cruz County, not too far away. First off, thank you for your service to the state, all of you here. This is appreciative. I've never been to one of your meetings before, so it's nice to be here. But I'd like to speak to you about Mearns quail. It's nice to follow on after Rebecca, hearing her points, but specifically my observations from living over 25 years in prime Mearns quail country and over 10 years as the volunteer caretaker for the Nature Conservancy's Canelo Hills Cienega Preserve, just west of here in the Santa Cruz County. From what I do there and my work there, I get to be around wildlife a lot, from where I live to where I work. Full disclosure, I'm a over 45-year friend of Commissioner Jeff Buchanan, and we also served together as law enforcement assist deputies with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. And so in that role also, I get around the county and speak with a lot of hunters. This year especially, a lot of quail hunters who knew they were walking or coming into a situation where there weren't going to be many birds. And I think that certainly played out. The last 3 years specifically have been very hard on the birds from my observations. I also do bird counts with the Conservancy and other Audubon, others, about 3 or 4 times a year. And we're just not finding Mearns quail anymore. They're just not out there. And I guess what I'd like for you guys to consider is some form of reducing the hunting pressure. You can't do anything about the environment conditions, the drought we've had, which is, I know, so important for them to get greater levels of water. But the hunting pressure has not helped at all, I don't think. And if you can do something, I don't know what those are. I'm not a scientist, just an observer of many years of what's going on around me. And also, just being out there, I guess that's what it comes down to. Just something, reducing hunting pressure if possible, and how to go about it. That's where I guess all you guys come in. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, sir. Appreciate it. Philip Klump.
I thought I was on the road field. I thought I was talking with the roads.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can I go? Can I wait?
All right. It just didn't have an agenda item on it. You sure can. Thank you. And Kelly Kirby.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Apparently Mearns quail, even though not on an agenda item, seems to be a hot topic this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Kirby. I am Vice President of the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association, and I also own Lunar Reed Outfitters. So I guide and outfit hunts for quail throughout Arizona and New Mexico. With recent discussions about quail seasons, limits, we wanted to take the opportunity to speak specifically about the economic impact of quail season on the local communities. While we understand and support that conservation is the primary focus when managing seasons and limits, we believe it's essential for the Commission to consider the economic impact of potentially shortening a quail season. Following one of the worst quail seasons in a decade, communities such as Sonoyta, Patagonia, Elgin, Tombstone, and even Sierra Vista have suffered. These areas depend on quail hunters and guides to sustain their economies throughout December, January, and early February. Local restaurants, lodging providers, bars, tourist attractions, vet services, wineries, and retailers have all faced losses. Specific examples, I reached out to some local business owners. Local cafe that I use for all of my client catering saw a decline from 35% to 3% this December and January due to the reduction of hunters. A local inn showed about a 40% decline in bookings. Another local restaurant reported similar significant declines. Not to beat our own, but local guides and outfitters, we experienced 60 to 90% losses this season. And granted, that was due to low bird numbers. However, we feel like a reduction in season would have similar, proportionately similar results. So these communities are deeply dependent on the quail season, and we're respectfully requesting as an organization that the commission considers this economic data to determine season dates and limits. We're recommending that a reduction in bag limits be prioritized over a reduction in season dates, as the latter has a much more devastating impact on these local economies. Reducing bag limits may not be viewed as the most effective management tool, but it could help protect the species without a significant negative economic impact on the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Roy Crane.
My name is Roy Crane. I'm the Arizona State Chapter President of the National Wild Turkey Federation, and I would like to ask the commissioners and the Arizona Game and Fish if there would be a possibility to, I guess, find a way that we can work. It came to my attention about a month ago that a gentleman named Dr. Mike Chamberlain, who is kind of the turkey guru for the country, he is working on a DNA program, and he is in desperate need of U.S. ghouls DNA. And if there is some way that the Game and Fish Department here in Arizona could reach out to people who have been drawn here in Arizona for ghouls, if we could reach out to them to get the DNA from the birds that are harvested here this year, it would really help the DNA program. The DNA program, what they're looking for is just the tip of the tongue, like quarter of an inch, half an inch. Let's see, it's funded by the National Wild Turkey Federation, the Wild Turkey Lab at the University of Georgia, Atlanta, Ducks Unlimited, University of Texas, El Paso, and the Low Country Game Bird Foundation. They're helping with the funding. And the focus is to try and expand across species range, addressing questions such as genetic diversity, inbreeding, hybridization across subspecies, and to see if there's crossbreeding between domestic subspecies. I know with the Goulds, talking to Dr. Chamberlain, one of the concerns is if they're starting to create basically islands where that there is no basically worry about inbreeding, if there is creating a problem with the birds not being able to I can't think of the word, but basically when the Goulds get a chance to breed across different areas, it creates a stronger genetic breed. If there is some way that the Game and Fish could reach out to the local residents, we don't need anything except their name, and they can reach out to, I've got the link here, they could reach out to them. It's basically a name where you harvest the bird, but it helps if they can pre-register. And like I said, I've got the link. I gave it to a couple of the folks there. Reach out to me, and I will try to expedite. The NWTF doesn't need any information except just to act as an intermediary to get that out there.
Thank you so much. Director Finley?
Madam Chair, several of us had an opportunity to visit with Mr. Crane, and we're going to have Assistant Director McFarland and Acting Assistant Director Cavalcant follow up with him. We'll see learn a little bit more about what they're hoping to do with the genetic samples, but we believe we can probably equip our field staff with that to give. There aren't that many Gould's turkey hunters, as you know, to get those out to the hunters either in person as we're doing field checks and monitoring, or maybe beforehand if we have time to turn those around. And I think we could use a tooth envelope to do it. So we'll
Great.
follow up with them if you guys can reach
Excellent.
out to Mr.
Thank you
Crane.
so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your bringing that up, and that's what blue slips are all about. So thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for attending.
Thank you guys, and congratulations.
Let's see, we have Dave Brown. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Arizona Game and Fish Commissioners. Sorry. How's that for an entrance? Yeah. My name is Dave Brown. I'm a resident of Patagonia and president of the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association, and have operated Dave Brown Outfitters in Arizona for the past 19 years. Over the last 2 decades, we have observed a significant increase in Mearns quail hunting, particularly in the San Rafael Valley. This influx has raised concerns amongst many resident hunters. While the department has stated that hunting has no impact on quail populations, this position appears to rely on 2 studies of bobwhite quail conducted in Wisconsin and Iowa in 1935 and 1946. These studies may be considered obsolete and irrelevant to the specific dynamics of Mearns quail in the San Rafael Valley. While we agree that timely rainfall and healthy ecosystems are vital for reproduction, the specific impact of modern hunting pressure remains unaddressed. Although the department has attempted to gather baseline data through voluntary surveys, response rates remain insufficient. Other states, including Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming, have successfully implemented dedicated stamps as an effective method for collecting accurate harvest data for species like the sage grouse. The Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association's Mearns Quail Stamp Initiative is supported by Southern Arizona Quail Forever, the Valley of the Sun Quail Forever, and the Arizona chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We believe this stamp would serve as an essential wildlife management tool by providing reliable data and creating a new revenue stream for the department. We encourage the commission to view this initiative as a valuable conservation tool rather than an administrative complication. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir, for your words. I appreciate your traveling here for us. Jason Waite?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I appreciate your time this morning. Jason Waite from Elgin, Arizona. I'm a quail guide here in Southern Arizona. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Brown, Mr. Kirby, and my wife stated about the Mearns stamp, the conservation efforts that we could take. In speaking with all of my clients this season, a lot of guys from out of state, a lot of women from Canada, all over the state of Arizona. All of them would be in favor of a Mearns conservation stamp, bag limits, and mandatory reporting. I appreciate your time this morning, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like, should I go ahead and do regional update?
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
do have some regional blue cards. We've got some regional blue cards in Region 4 and
Okay, thank you.
and
Thank
at the
you.
Tucson office.
Thanks, Luke.
Yep. I think we'll maybe go to Region 4 first. Oh, that's Region 5. That's perfect. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Douglas Beach. I represent the Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club and myself. If Mr. Hernandez is still in the business or in the building, I would like to say goodbye. I appreciate your service. And the new Commissioner, Manuel, welcome aboard, and I hope you get used to Johnny and I. Madam Chairman, Commission, on behalf of Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club, and as a champ permit holder with a permanent disability, I'm asking the Commission to consideration to allow any champ holder that previously obtained their champ crossbow permits as the new addendum rules require be able to use said permits in perpetuity after June 30th, 2026. In other words, any person currently holding a permanent champ and crossbow permit, which they obtained according to the new approved rules, should not have to reapply. We absolutely agree with other applicants who acquire either a champ or crossbow permit by means required to obtain the rules the permits by the new rules. We continue to oppose requiring champ permit holder to comply with restrictions including mandatory annual crossbow permits, non-magnifying scopes, specifically if they acquired said permits according to the new approved R4 216 and R12 417 previously. In summation, thank you for commitment to fairness and accessibility of Arizona hunters. We appreciate the support of champ rights and ask that those holding current champ permits and crossbow remain valid after June 30th, 2026. I have been playing phone tag with Mr. Thompson for about the last 3 weeks about we're going to discuss this. I've been hiding out down in Revocations, Sassabee area for a few weeks. But I would ask this to consider, commission to consider this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your words, sir. Appreciate it very much. Director. Oh, we have two more. We
Two
have
more
more.
blue cards, Region 5.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please state your name and your organization if there is one.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Matt Russell. Thank you for allowing me to speak, as I have spoken on this topic several times in past years and most recently last September. My name is Matt Russell and I am an outfitter based in Southern Arizona, offering guided quail hunts. Today I'm here as a board member representing the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association. While I'm not representing our local Quail Forever chapter, our board shows support for the Mearns Quail Stamp. Our Outfitter Association shares the department's concerns regarding poor breeding and nesting conditions for Arizona's quail populations over the past couple of years. We fully support lowering the daily bag limits for Mearns quail. However, we propose and recommend the development and implementation of a Mearns Quail Stamp, along with mandatory reporting before taking these measures. Our stamp will provide the department with crucial data on the number of hunters pursuing Mearns quail. Mandatory reporting will yield more accurate data compared to current voluntary surveys, which have proved challenging. Additionally, the stamp will generate extra funding for Dr. Harding's department to aid in managing the species. Concerns about Mearns quail have been on the Commission's radar for quite some time, but no changes have been made thus far. Commissioner Buchanan proposed waiting until September of 24 after rainfall data collection to determine Mearns quail bag limits. In April of 25, during quail recommendations, it was again suggested to wait until September for rainfall data, but this proposal was voted down 3-2. The season and limits were set. The proposal to amend the season already set was discussed last September, but it also was voted down 3-2. We had forward momentum, but now we have a data gap. Currently, the desert habitat is experiencing excellent conditions for nesting with spring greenup and insect hatching. This is a significant improvement over last spring, which followed the dry winter of 25. Gambles are paired up, calling, and ready to breed. Let's not forget that the Gamble's quail is an integral feature of the Game and Fish logo, resembling the shape of a shotgun shell. We propose keeping all 3 species quail seasons the same. However, if adjustments are necessary, we recommend waiting until September to determine bag limits. Post-monsoonal data will provide insight into the Mearns quail hatch and, more importantly, their survival rate. Gambles and scale can also benefit from monsoons as well. If the department's data indicates that shortening the season is imperative, we request and recommend reducing it from the front end. October is too hot to be running dogs, and the threat from rattlesnakes is high for both hunters and dogs. Early season hunting has young birds, some barely old enough to fly. This is an increasingly concerning topic. It appears as though hunting pressure has become an additive, contrary to the findings of studies conducted 25 years ago. As hunting guides, we are in the field for many consecutive days each season and spend time scouting throughout the year. We are not biologists. However, we believe we possess valuable information about all 3 quail species. Together, we can support our common interests. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association and for our quail species who have no voice.
Thank you,
We're
sir.
good. There we go.
I see it. We see it.
Yeah.
So much.
Thank you.
That's
And also
perfect.
congratulations.
That's perfect. Appreciate your thoughtful words.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luke?
Madam Chair, I believe there's one more in Region 5.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Roberto Villasenor. I'm just representing myself from Tucson, Arizona. I'm here because I called both the Phoenix office and the Tucson office to get some clarification on the CHAMP permit and the qualifications for that. I suffer from macular degeneration in my right eye. I don't know if you can see this. I don't know what you can't see. And I'm not trying to say it's this bad, but this is a representation of what macular degeneration causes. I don't see a black dot in the middle of my eye, but I can't see anything in the middle of my right eye. And the lines are wiggly. The problem that happens is that when I try and shoot a bow and look through a peep sight at a pin, the pin just disappears. I tried to see, would that qualify me for a CHAMP permit and crossbow, and no one could answer the question. So it was suggested that I come to the commission, bring this up as a topic, and maybe I would get some type of information supplied to me. Not trying to circumvent the rules, change rules. I just want clarification on what would qualify. Basically, that's my whole point, and I appreciate the opportunity and the time to speak in front of you, and hopefully there'll be some follow-up and I can get an answer on that.
Thank you, sir. Director Finley?
Madam Chair, if the region can get contact information, we'll have Luke follow up with him.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will be contacting you through the region.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna leave
Yes.
this.
Thank you very much. Any more, Luke?
Madam Chair, I believe that's all we have through the region. And I think the only future blue card is Mr. Klump that wanted to speak on the roads under the consent agenda, I believe. So.
Okay,
can
good.
continue
Excellent.
with the
Thank you
agenda.
so much. Thanks for that.
Madam Chair, before we go to item 2, we denied Supervisor Daniels his moment of glory in regional highlights, and we're going to jump back to that.
My bad. Sorry. So much happening this morning. Thank you for your patience. I hope the lectern there stays in one piece.
Try to be gentle with it. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Dave Daniels, Region 5 Supervisor. Welcome to Region 5. Happy to have you down here. There it is. Next slide, please. So Region 5 encompasses almost 14 million acres. It's, that's just under 22,000 square miles. We have 155 miles of international border to the south. Not on this slide, but we also have 6 military installations, and we border 3 reservations. On the west, we're bordered by the Tohono O'odham. On the north, we're bordered by San Carlos. And then the Pascua Yaqui is fully encompassed within the region. Today, I'm just going to kind of go through some of our programs and talk about what they're doing. So next slide, please. Our Public Affairs and Community Liaison Program is ran by Mark Freeberg. He's up there on the right behind the table. And he really does a whole lot of outreach. He does career fairs and wildlife society. He does birding festivals and Wings Over Wilcox, first responders events, wildlife days, life jacket exchanges, fishing clinics on our lakes. But one thing that Mark has really kind of taken a hold of since he's got this job, and Jeremiah Fountain, one of our WMs, really works with him, is kind of being a conduit with the University of Arizona Wildlife Program. And they go spend a lot of time there talking to U of A students and kind of actively recruiting. And so we've got 3 U of A students in our last 2 classes of wildlife managers. And that's in part to Jeremiah and Mark's work. So next slide. Our wildlife manager sectors, we are one of 2 regions with 3 sectors. And you can see just some of the calls they get every year. And this is on top of their wildlife management duties, which were survey efforts were almost doubled this year because of drought conditions. And we'll see that a little bit later, a little bit more on that. But They fielded 2,322 wildlife interaction calls and 563 law enforcement calls, which include a little over 300 Operation Game Thief calls. And you can see the breakdown there. The coyotes, bears, and javelina make up over half of the human wildlife interaction calls in Region 5. Along with our wildlife managers sectors, I'll mention our law enforcement program. Our law enforcement program is a law enforcement program manager and an investigator. Our investigator, Nate Foley, is here today, and they've done a really, really good job. They're the pros at doing the delicate stuff when it comes to wildlife cases and difficult wildlife cases, and they've done a really good job. And you've seen some of that in front of you, and you might see a little bit more of that today. Next slide, please. Our habitat evaluation and lands program. So the commission has property interest or management authority over 22 properties in Region 5 in southeastern Arizona. And next slide, please. And the habitat program really does a lot of work with not only the wildlife areas, but with some of the partners, engagements. They've done, Clough Ranch and Ash Creek diversion pipeline that they're working on today. That's what keeps pond number 3 full, so they can catch those big Titan bass in there. They're building a fence around Coal Mine Springs as we speak. A lot of work on the lower San Pedro River, the Wilcox Playa, and the La Cienega. We've done a couple of different beaver translocations, one in the lower San Pedro and one in La Cienega.
I love that part. It's so cool.
And those are doing really well in our habitat and lands program was integral in that. They work with a bunch of different groups, the Lower San Pedro Collaborative, the Upper San Pedro, the Abra Valley Wildlife Working Group, the Las Cienegas Conservation Area, the San Pedro River National Conservation Area, and ADOT, the Army Corps of Engineers. They just kind of work with everybody to get our habitat stuff squared away. And that, next slide, please. So our terrestrial wildlife program, we just got a new terrestrial program manager, Raina Murphy, and she is doing an amazing job. I have trouble keeping up with her. She's just energy all the time. But this year she had, so we've had 6 consecutive months of either extreme or exceptional drought, and that will trigger a need for extra surveys in our units. So units we don't survey every year, we had to survey this year. So normally we'll survey 7 or 8 units, fly 14 to 16 days and use about 158 hours of staff time for surveys. This year, we flew 13 units, 27 days, and used 252 hours of staff time just for flights. We had, you can see the calendar up there with all the helicopters in it. Those were all the days we were flying. And we actually put out a call for help. Assistant Director Crowder came down and flew with us. Tim Holt from Region 2 came down and flew with us. Aaron Butner came down and flew with us. So, and we had some wildlife managers flying 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row, which
That's cool.
is quite a bit of work for them. But next slide, please. That's Nate and Sean. That's our aquatic program. You can see, so that's in Safford. That picture's in Safford. They had just finished stocking Titan bass in Clough Pond, and they were driving through Safford, and the Pizza Hut employee, the month sign said Nate and Sean, so they spelled it right too. So they decided to stop and take a picture of it. But our fish program is great. They do a bunch of stockings, have done 15 different surveys this year. Put 241 fish habitat structures in Pena Blanca Lake this year. And that bottom bullet point there is kind of a good one. So Dr. Bonar is a fisheries professor at the University of Arizona, and he has a textbook. He actually just finished his second edition of Sampling North American Freshwater Fisheries textbook. And he has a web tool that goes along with the textbook for the students to use. And he actually contacted our fisheries people for some of the work that they've been doing in data analysis, and asked them to help him build his web tool for his fisheries textbook. So pretty cool for those guys to get to work on that. Next slide, please. These are our Region 5 volunteers. Have a group of guys that are in the office 3 or 4 times a week, working on trucks, fixing bear traps, fixing water trailers. They put in 3,550 hours of volunteer work this year. They hauled 103,000 gallons of water, just these volunteers, and that's significant. Last year, conditions were different last year, obviously. I think they hauled 41,000 gallons, and this year they were 103,000. Did 290 site visits to different catchments, refurbished 5 different catchments, multiple fence projects, and do a lot of just regional equipment and repair. Kind of during the height of the summer when we were getting a lot of bear calls, we had 2 bear traps go down, and they pulled them into the warehouse and got to work on them and had them both fixed up and ready to go within a couple of hours. So our wildlife managers didn't lose any work time on that. So we really appreciate our volunteers. Next slide. And then here's our front counter girls. Just unbelievable customer service. They're kind of they don't get a lot of the credit, but they're the ones that make us look good and kind of make the wheels go round in our regional office. You walk in and there's always a smile, there's always a friendly face, there's always a how you doing, and these girls are absolutely fantastic, and I couldn't be more proud to work with them, and actually I probably couldn't do my job without them. So they totaled $525,000, a little more than that, in front counter sales this year, of people walking in just to purchase things at the front counter. And they fielded 16,846 calls in 2025. And for work days, that's about 70 calls a day that they field. And they're fun. They won the Halloween contest. They won the calendar sales contest. Just unbelievable group of ladies.
They're a little competitive.
They are, which is great. Unbelievable group of ladies, and we're really happy to have them in the region. Next slide, please. That's all I have. Those are the updates for our programs. Any questions?
Please, Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Dave, I want to just, like I said to Commissioner Hernandez, I want to thank you for your patience. You get calls from me all the time on weekends, and I appreciate your a billing attitude and willingness to take that on. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm really glad you said that, because, a lot of people think it's kind of an 8 to 5 job, what you all do, and within the regions, all of our employees, but it's basically 24/7, and we're available. So that's why our call centers are open 24 hours, and you work so hard, as does your team and other teams throughout Arizona Game and Fish, the commission, as well as the department. So a big thank you to you. Wonderful regional overview. I appreciate it. And it's always a good refresher to hear it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Great job.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you. Director?
Madam Chair, item 2 is consent agenda. I think most people realize, but some may not, that we usually do a first read and then move things to the consent agenda as part of our public process. Usually we have the consent agenda, something that is approved, but this time we have somebody that wishes to speak on one. So on the consent agenda, we have item A, which is approve a request from Region 5 for road closures on state trust land. The presenter, if needed, would be Dan Sturla. And item B is request from Regions 5 and 6 for short-term road closures on state trust land. The presenter, again, Dan Sturla. We have a blue card on item A, and if the commission at the pleasure of the commission, we could remove that from consent and hear the blue card.
Yes, that's good. Yes.
Make a motion to
please.
remove item A from the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So done.
Madam Chair, I make a second motion that consent agenda B be approved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. Easy peasy.
We can move to the blue card then, at pleasure of the chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Klump would wish to speak on the blue card.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your being here.
Do I have to?
You have 3
My name's
minutes,
Philip
sir.
Klump.
Thank you.
Bill Clump, I'm from Wilcox. I'm kind of torn, because I'm a rancher and yeah, I'd like all my roads closed too on all my state land. But my friends that are drive around on the side by sides in the weekends and go hunting and all that, they say, we would appreciate, still being able to drive around, even though the road only may be a quarter-mile long that you're gonna close. Before long, it's a mile, and then the next road over is 2 miles long, and pretty quick, the whole thing's shut down, and nobody can go anywhere. Then it says on the Game and Fish motto is to conserve and protect Arizona's wildlife resources, manage for safe, compatible outdoor recreation opportunities for current and future generations. If you shut one road down, you keep shutting it on another road, and pretty quick, nobody has anywhere to go to. I'd still have somewhere to go, but my friends and all their friends, they'll be stuck on the highways. And so, I'm not against closing a road if it has to do with the environmental concern. If it gets damaged or detrimental to it, that's one thing. But just a half mile because a guy once doesn't want to have people drive up to his property line off the road is just not right. Okay, that's pretty much it. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve item A of the consent agenda.
Do you have a second?
I'll second, but I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
I don't
Okay,
know.
we have a motion and a second. Comment, please. Commissioner Buchanan?
Thanks. We have talked about this in the past, but I want to be clear about this. We don't take these decisions, Mr. Klump, lightly when it comes to approving road closures on state trust land. And that's really what we're focused on as part of this commission, is based on an agreement years ago between the State Land Department and the Game and Fish Department and Commission. When we do it because of usually starts with a rancher request, but it doesn't end there. We go through a whole department review process and we take a look at what is that open gate having, what kind of effect it's having on the terrain and on the wildlife. Now, I'll give you an example. Sometimes we make decisions based on a lot of OHV use, for example, that's there for recreation purposes. And, the OHV use, as you're going to learn about in a minute when Officer White presents to us, when they stray off trail, they can do incredible damage that lasts for years and years and years. So when we make a decision to close a gate, we don't close that area to hunting. What we do is close the gate to vehicular traffic so that we can allow hunters access for continuing to hunt. But again, the purpose there is to protect the land. And so that's the process that we go through. That's why we don't decide on it on one meeting, and that's why we have a period for public comment when we go through the initial process, and then we hear that. And so to that question, I know you want to say something. I'll ask a question back to Luke. Did we get any public feedback or comments on item A, the proposed gate closure?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, we do have Dan Sterla available to comment, I believe, on this. But as I understand it, through the process, that's the piece that the regional landowner relations individuals, as well as our Phoenix-based staff, work through as it relates to coming to the commission with any recommendations for closures. It initiates with the landowners and with the regions on those topics. So as far as I'm aware, no negative pieces on the.
Thank you. And so Mr. Klump, last comment, you can access state trust land with either an outdoor recreation permit or a hunting and fishing license. We're here to protect the interest of those who are trying to access it through having a hunting and fishing license by managing the wildlife and protecting the terrain. Our job is not to provide open terrain parks for OHV
I
people.
understand that.
Okay.
But what if a person wants to go up that road to camp? Or any road to go camping up, and not be right on the main road? Because I know what it's like to get a road put in on state land. Actually, yeah, state land and road, pipeline, anything done on state land. It takes a lot of work to get it done, as you guys should know. So, when you close a road, it's one more, you're not gonna ever get it opened back up, in my view.
Madam Chair, if I could
Please.
just add a comment in there, just so we're clear with this. This is a dual mandate. Our statutes talk about state trust land agency and the Game and Fish Department. So there is coordination meetings. We have agreement from both agencies before we take action on these closures. First point. Second point is, if you watched Mr. Sterler's presentation last month, the department puts signs on gates. We try to make sure if it's an open area, we will provide another access to that area to go around that closed gate. And a lot of times on the gate itself, there will be directions leading the public to where they can gain access to a certain state trust land area. So as Commissioner Buchanan said, this is a methodical process we go through with state trust land and the ranching community before we make those closures out there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
Madam Chair, just one additional comment, and that is, none of these closures are permanent. We have a mandatory maximum time of 5 years, and that ensures that every commissioner during their period of 5-year term looks at every closed gate in the state. And so this, if we vote on this and decide to adopt this or approve this recommended road closure, that will last for a maximum of 5 years.
I would recommend too, if anyone is interested, that I believe that the audio and/or video are available online under Commission on the Arizona Game and Fish Department website, and you can go back and look at that presentation that Dan Sterla did exactly about what we're talking about. So that might give some clarity to the issue. Luke?
Madam Chair, that is correct. The prior video are available on the department's website.
Yes.
On the commission portion of our website. That's
Right.
correct.
That might be helpful. I don't know. And that's for the general public too, to know that any of these presentations that are done, especially when you're getting updates and making decisions, that's really important to understand that we have a lot of background on that and it is available to the public.
And Madam Chair, I'll just add to that, be happy to follow up with Mr. Klump on some of that information
Oh,
as
that's
well.
good.
With the link for that website, but also to have perhaps Dan Sterla follow up with Mr. Klump on the topic.
Excellent. That's wonderful. Thank you.
So Madam Chair, I'm proud that we have a public process and it's working right now.
Yes.
But we do have a motion that we don't have a vote on yet
All
to
right.
approve.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion passes. And we have a comment from Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks. Hey, Mr. Klump, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your engagement. We met in Safford last year, and you've been there. You've been a voice for the rancher, but also a voice for our wildlife. So thanks for your participation. We appreciate your participation. We appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you. Director?
Madam Chair, item 3 is briefing of the department's off-highway vehicle program. The presenter is Micah White, OHV Law Enforcement Program Coordinator.
Welcome, sir.
There we go, that'll work better. My name is Micah White, I'm the OHV Law Enforcement Program Coordinator. We're gonna do kind of a deep dive into the department's OHV program as part of a commission action item. Next slide, please. Okay, a little bit of the history. So the off-highway vehicle program kind of started in 1991 with the creation of the Off-Highway Vehicle Recreation Fund. So originally it was funded by a motor vehicle fuel tax, and the department received 30% of that. And back then, the department's OHV enforcement efforts were devoted exclusively to cross-country travel and habitat damage. And for a long period of time there, approximately 80 hours per officer was made available for the OHV enforcement activity. Things kind of changed in 2008. Legislation passed creating the OHV decal, and it also created a new section to Title 28, and that's the traffic law section. And with those changes, the department enforcement activity increased to allow for enforcing things like the decal and some public safety issues. Next slide, please.
I love the pictures.
The guys on horseback, those are the original OHVs. So in 2022, OHV use greatly increased after COVID, and we saw an 84% increase in the number of OHVs in the state in 1 year. And so Sedona was kind of the first area where issues arose politically, I guess. And that was primarily related to rentals. And in response to that, the department created the OHV rental video, which many or all of you have probably seen at some point. And then in 2023, the OHV Study Committee was formed to try to find legislative solutions to statewide OHV problems. And then you can look at the pictures there, the evolution of OHVs over time. We started with the three-wheelers back in the 70s. We got into quads, and then the first side-by-sides kind of appeared in the late 90s. And now we have these Can-Am Mavericks and Razors that can do almost 100 miles an hour. So pretty big change over time. Next slide, please. All right, let's talk about the OHV Study Committee that's currently going on at the legislature. So how do we get there? What led up to the creation of the study committee is Game and Fish presented, they created a presentation on OHV damage, and they presented to the Arizona Justice of the Peace Association. And they really liked that presentation. And so that presentation was requested around the state, and it was given to multiple different groups and agencies and county boards of supervisors, things like that all around the state. And eventually Senator Kerr reached out to us and requested that we give that presentation to her and a group of constituents back in 2022. So we went down there and we gave that presentation, and she said she was blown away at the end of that. She's like, wow, I'm an OHV enthusiast, but I had no idea that the issues were that bad. And so after that, she put in the bill, and that created the study committee. So it was created in 2023, and it identifies the director or a designee as a statutory member of that committee. So kind of the history of what's happened in the last few meetings. So the first meeting, the department presented a similar presentation to the study committee as what we gave Senator Kerr, highlighting the main problems presented by illegal OHV use statewide. In the second meeting, the department presented on the OHV laws to the committee, and the department also showed the OHV rental video and highlighted some of the successes with the rental companies. And those successes were, because it's kind of a precursor to this mandatory OHV education video, but we released that rental video to over 90 rental companies that we identified across the state, and something like 62 of them made that video a pre-ride requirement before they gave somebody the keys. And when we followed up with them after a year, just to see if it had an impact, improvement of behavior, it was between a 50 and 100% reduction in OHV accidents after that. So, and then, all right, moving on. In the third meeting, the department presented its use of the OHV Recreation Fund. We were requested to do that. And so overall, the main role of the department has been to serve as an information source for the study committee. And one other thing to add on to that, at the request of the Sheriff's Association, this is a few years ago, the department worked with them to design potential funding models to better address OHV issues in the state. Next slide, please. All right, looking at OHV utilization. So there's a few different ways that they're utilized. So hunting, OHVs are used as a tool. And one thing that's interesting is, over time, really recently, the OHV has kind of replaced the pickup truck as what hunters are using out in the field to get around. I would say the majority of people are using side-by-sides and ATVs at this point. Another way people use them is for recreation, just sport and exploration. That's probably the largest percentage of use. These are our weekend warriors. Another way is social events, riding with friends, meeting new people. I put Facebook on there. I joined a couple Facebook groups, OHV groups, just to see what's going on. And it's amazing how many people will just post on there, hey, I'm going to ride the back way to Crown King, from Lake Pleasant. Anybody want to join me? And they'll get like 20 people just, let's go on Saturday. It's a really popular thing. And then ranching. So many ranchers use their OHVs for daily operations. So if you look at that graph, you can kind of see that's the number of OHV decals that have been sold over time. So back in 2015, we had 126,000. And then you see that big jump in 2021. That's the COVID spike. And it went up to 265,000. And it's come down a little bit from there. We're sitting about 195,000 for last year. And this includes resident and non-resident OHV decals. But the number is actually higher than that. A lot of our citations for expired OHV decals expired in 2022. So kind of interesting. All right, next slide, please. So it was asked, how does OHV enforcement fit into our department's mission? So the mission statement is to conserve Arizona's diverse wildlife resources and manage for safe, compatible outdoor recreation opportunities for current and future generations. And I just wanted to point out too, our previous mission statement specifically highlighted off-highway vehicle recreation. And so that mission statement went back to before 1984. I could find something in 1984 that had that. So just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. Okay, what are the different responsibilities for agencies regarding OHVs? And this is going to be outlined in 281176. It spells it out for each agency. So Arizona State Parks and Trails, they get 60% of the OHV Recreation Fund. And what they're required to do is establish an OHV program based on the OHV Recreational Plan, and they update that plan every 5 years. And then they spend the vast majority of their money on grant administration. So they use the OHV dollars for trail construction and maintenance, land acquisition, access, building OHV facilities. For enforcement, they're giving that money out in the form of grants. They changed it recently. It used to be limited to $100,000 per agency per year. They've lifted that. They're giving several grants out recently that are $400,000 or more. That money is being used for the purchase of equipment as well as funding overtime for agencies. And there's both county sheriffs and municipal law enforcement agencies that are taking advantage of that. They also use their money for information and education programs and materials, the mitigation to damages to land, and then historical clearances for projects. So the state land department, they get 5% of the recreation fund. And what that does is it allows somebody with a valid OHV decal to cross state land. All other activities require a recreation permit. But if you have a valid decal, you can cross state land without one. They use that money to mitigate damaged land, and then they also fund OHV enforcement by hiring off-duty deputies to conduct those activities. Next slide, please. All right, what are the statutory requirements for our department? This is also found in 281176. So it says the Arizona Game and Fish Department shall spend 35% of the monies in the Off-Highway Vehicle Recreation Fund for information and education programs. Law enforcement activities related to this article. In the next slide, I'll go into detail on that. And then the administration of the Indicia program, that's our OHV decal program. And then OHV law enforcement pursuant to Title 17, Chapter 4, Article 3, that's cross-country travel and habitat damage. And then also this is where it mandates that we have 7 officers dedicated to OHV enforcement. And then also I wanted to throw out there as a note, in 281179, it gives the commission the authority to adopt rules necessary to implement this section, and then also to prescribe additional equipment requirements not in conflict with federal laws. Next slide. All right, so this is a look at Article 20 when it says in this article. So this lists all those statutes that are within Article 20. There's 3 statutes that lay out enforcement activities that we're required to do. We have 281174, and that spells out reckless driving and causing habitat damage, driving on closed roads, creating excessive pollution of air, water, or land, and then placing or removing regulatory signs. 281177 is the OHV decal requirement. And then 1179, that's equipment requirements like brakes, lights, spark arrestor, muffler, and helmets. And we'll get into what our focus is, what our department focuses in later on. And I did want to point out too, it's kind of interesting, like it says the department shall spend monies on these and it lists law enforcement. I'm not aware of any other statute that says an agency shall conduct a particular law enforcement activity. Even Title 17, it says game rangers may enforce provisions of this title, but this one is saying that we shall do it. So it's kind of interesting. All right, next slide, please. Okay, we'll look at what information education and marketing, what they do, getting into our department's roles and responsibilities. So looking at 2025, our education program, they're responsible for maintaining the mandatory education video, that course that's required to get your OHV decal. They're doing that for both ADOT and Game and Fish. So last year, ADOT had 149,000 people take that education course, and then we had 15,000 non-residents take that course. So that's pretty cool. And it, you know, talking to the OHV officers on the ground, it is making a difference in improving behavior out there. So that's a good success. And then you guys gave an award to Vatzel. I believe it was at the last commission meeting, but we've been working closely with the trauma centers to encourage OHV safety with the Quail Kids program. There was 1,162 kids that went through that program last year. Another big success. We had 7,700 interactions with the public at different outreach events. And then we had 119 people take our hands-on OHV operation training at our track there at Ben Avery. So our marketing branch, they use different targeted messaging and outreach programs. They use a mix of traditional and digital media, billboards, radio, social media, Google display advertising, and videos. I've been seeing a lot on YouTube. You'll get these cool little OHV blurbs about safety and responsible use popping up. So that's pretty neat. And then we have annual legislative reports to the legislature, talk about the use of funds and LE data. We'll get into this in detail in a later slide. And then we have a report that goes to the Department of Environmental Quality. Next slide, please. Continuing with our roles and responsibilities. So law enforcement. If you look at these bullet points, these are kind of a directive to our officers. These are our main focus when it comes to OHV enforcement. So we look, no OHV decal, reckless driving, kids under 18 without a helmet, cross-country travel, and then habitat damage. That is our main focus when it comes to OHV enforcement. And if you look, it fits right in there with what's required in Article 20. And then another role we have is the non-resident OHV decal program. We print and mail those out. We sold 14,821 non-resident OHV decals last year. And then our CSRs, Dave talked about that, how many calls they took at the front counter, but our CSRs are amazing. They're taking hundreds of calls a year with questions related to OHVs. Next slide, please. Another big thing that we're working on is training with law enforcement agencies. So I believe there's 41 law enforcement agencies across the state that we've all had interactions with. These agencies are reaching out to us asking for training on OHV laws. And it's not because they don't have anything to do. They're doing this because they have to. And so we provide them with the 4-hour block on OHV laws. That's the same block that we give our officers when they get into post academy. It's comprehensive. We've been going around, our OHV officers have been going around teaching that. They're doing an amazing job. And then also part of that, we have a train the trainer program, and we just completed one 2 weeks ago where we bring officers through a full week-long school. We teach them everything operation, we teach them the laws. We even do a firearms thing. We run them through scenarios, and then we have them practice teaching the operation back to each other so that they get, you know, experience teaching the class. And then they're using that and going back and teaching their own officers at their agencies, which is a big help. And we've had really good feedback on that program from the folks that go through it. And that leads me to the police academies. I touched on this at the last commission meeting, but last year I reached out to AZ Post and I asked them what would the possibility would be to get OHV laws added to the mandatory curriculum in the police academies. And they asked me for some justification, and I kind of pointed to this list. We're spending a lot of time and effort going around the state teaching it. They had a meeting with their subject matter experts, and they voted to include it. So starting at some point this year, it's going to be mandatory at the police academies going forward. Next slide, please. We also are heavily involved in habitat protection and damage mitigation. We spend significant time and money and effort protecting areas damaged by OHVs. I mean, this is just 3 bullet points, but those are big projects that were done recently in Region 2. We have Apache Made, Fry Park, and Kasner Park, and they've been putting logworm fences up to protect sensitive habitats. That picture on the bottom, it's hard to see, but if you look way in the background, you can see the logworm fencing along the road that's protecting the habitat there, those wet sensitive areas. We also do outreach to cities, towns, and communities. One of the big highlights to that is the Greater Sedona Recreation Collaborative. Region 2 has been heavily involved in that, and they've helped facilitate over $1 million in grants through their input and analysis there. Next slide, please. Okay, the responsibilities of different law enforcement agencies related to off-highway vehicles. So Game and Fish, we do education and enforcement. The county sheriffs, so they're responding to accidents. They do search and rescue. They get a lot of calls from missing and overdue people that are using OHVs. They get lots of complaints from communities about speed, unsafe driving, disturbing the peace. In Maricopa and Pinal counties, they're getting dust complaints. PM10 is that non-attainment thing. There's a lot of road closures related to dust in those 2 counties. Municipal agencies are experiencing a lot of the same thing. They're responding to accidents, even in the middle of cities. There's fatalities in the middle of town on pavement on OHVs. They're getting complaints from homeowners. They're mostly about property damage. People are utilizing vacant lots and turning them into their own little driving tracks. They get HOA complaints. And then a big problem are like in washes and green belts, even outside of Phoenix. I know Avondale PD, they've been through our Train the Trainer program. They spend a lot of time doing OHV enforcement along the Gila River there in town. And another thing, these outside agencies, they're primarily responsive and not proactive. Next slide, please. I had to throw the slide in there because Commissioner Buchanan brought it up at the last meeting. Kind of like, why is it important? Why does it matter, right? If you go out in the Yuma area, you can still see tank tracks from the 1940s when the Army was training to go into World War II. And so these scars that are put on the landscape are going to be there for a very long time. And especially with OHVs, one person might go cross country and push down the grass and it's just a set of tire tracks. But by the 3rd or 4th vehicle, you now have a road. So next slide, please. I got a couple here that will just kind of highlight what the habitat damage looks like. This area is outside of Florence in the Desert Wells area, and this is from one camp in one weekend. Next slide, please. This is up by Flagstaff. You can just see like that's going to turn into a road in the very near future. Next slide. And then you have people going cross country and setting up, on water holes and things like that. We could go on and on about that, but these are just a few pictures kind of highlighting the issue. Next slide. Quick look at the OHV Recreation Fund. It's split between motor vehicle fuel tax and OHV decal revenue, and it's close to a 50-50 ratio there is how that's funded. So state land gets 5%, Game and Fish gets 35%, and state parks gets 60% of that fund. Next slide, please. Okay, looking at our department's revenue. So if you go back to 2016, we got little less than $1.8 million from that. And if you look at last year, we had a little over 2.5 million. So you can see that increasing trend, and you can see that big spike there when in 2021 with COVID, when everybody bought their new OHVs. Next slide, please. This is a quick look at our department's enforcement patrol effort. This is used in pickoff funding. These are how many hours our wildlife managers are spending on OHV enforcement. This is outside of our 7 OHV officers because they're dedicated to that. So you can see there was a drop there around 2020. That's in response, if you were to look at the previous slide, you can see there's a dip in there. Our budget projections were that we were going to be in the negative, so we had to make some cuts there. And then once everything kind of recovered after COVID and our budgets were looking solid, we bumped that back up to where it needed to be. Next slide, please. Here's a look at our OHV citation and warning data. So the yellow there, that's the total citations and warnings. Red is warnings and blue is citations. So I started at 2008, and there were 44 citations. And if you go prior to 2008, all the citation numbers were kind of hovering in the 40s, and they were all cross-country travel citations, which fits right in with, what our mission was at that point related to OHVs. Then you see in 2029 when the Article 20 was created and we had a little bit of an increased responsibility there, you can see that those numbers increased there accordingly. And if you track the total over time, you can see that it follows the trend in increased OHV activity on the landscape over that same amount of time. Next slide, please. All right, so we have annual reporting requirements. We have to send an annual report to the state legislature. We have to report on money spent on OHV enforcement, amount spent for employee services, the number of full-time employees in connection with OHV law enforcement, the money spent on OHV information and education, and then the number of OHV citations and warnings. And we also have an annual report that goes to the Department of Environmental Quality. This is, again, related to the PM10 dust issue. We report out on the education materials provided, the number of outreach events and public interactions, the number of area closures instituted within those counties, and the number of OHV law enforcement citations and warnings for Maricopa and Pinal counties. Next slide. Any questions?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate your hard work, and thank your team for us as well. Any questions or comments? Yes, please. Commissioner Kerr.
Madam Chair, Micah, thank you for your presentation. Given the number of citations that are issued every year, what proportion is the Game and Fish Department issuing compared to like sheriff's departments, the Forest Service, any of the other agencies? Are we giving out the majority of OHV citations? It seems like this is kind of fallen on the department to enforce.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, I would say, I don't have exact numbers to give you on the counties, but I would say our department currently is doing the lion's share of OHV enforcement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and Micah, thanks for your presentation. First of all, I'll respond to one county's perspective on Commissioner Kerr's comment. I can tell you that in my county, which is just west of here, Santa Cruz, we generally, in the whole eastern half of the county, we generally have only one deputy on duty at any one time. And that deputy is usually spending time in Sonoyta or Patagonia or on the road, that's where us law enforcement assist officers come in, because we spend the majority of our time off-road. But having said that, even though they're responsible for law enforcement out there, they just don't have the depth. They don't have the density. The good news is that they now, through a grant through state parks, have received OHVs and started, through the help of our department, started to do some training. So I hope to see their presence go up. Obviously, they can't help enforce the law if they're not there. So we'll see how that part works. Mike, I know you want to say something, and then I have one additional comment.
Go ahead,
Madam
please.
Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I just wanted to say 2 Santa Cruz deputies just went through our Train the Trainer 2 weeks ago.
Okay, great. That is really good news. The other thing that I wanted to say, I just wanted to thank you for being on top. None of these are easy issues, and if you look at our mission statement, we're kind of caught in the middle of it. We're trying to provide for wildlife management, but also for current and future residents of the state of Arizona. Well, some of those want to drive off-highway vehicles. And even though we're not the off-highway vehicle recreation organization, we do have to accommodate them. And what we need to try to do is accommodate them in such a way that they can do their thing, they can have fun, but minimize the impact on wildlife, on habitat, and those kinds of things. And it's not easy. One quick example. Last year, I don't know if it's up again this year off the top of my head, but I know there was a movement by the legislature to increase the allowed weight of an off-highway vehicle. I think it was to 3,500 pounds. Now, on the surface, at least the stated reason for that was to accommodate electrical charged vehicles so they're not operating on gasoline. As somebody who spends a lot of time outside, I'd appreciate that. less noise, less pollution and everything else. At the same time, though, that increased weight potentially is going to cause increased damage on roads. So none of it is, there's no simple answers to any of this. And your involvement, continued involvement with the legislature is going to help them make good decisions for all of us for the future. So thanks for doing it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to make a quick inquiry too, and then we have two other commissioners that want to make a statement. Micah, fabulous work. You know, I follow this very closely. It's near and dear to my heart. And I have a question because I know we talked about this in the past. And I see that we have three of our fabulous Sierra Vista firefighters at the back of the room. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please, for these amazing people. Thank you. And it's concerning trauma centers. And I'm sure that they have had, as I know many of our officers have been on scene with some of those. Do the trauma centers give us any kind of data or information on the amount of accidents that come in that are OHV related?
Madam Chair, yes, they do. So we work closely with the trauma centers probably over the last 4 years. Previously, there was almost no data related to that. And I reached out to them. They were collecting it. They just weren't reporting out on it. And they've actually put together a website that's really interactive. It's really cool. It has a lot of that kind of data. Fatalities, kids, helmets, seatbelts, alcohol, drugs, like all that kind of data is in there. I'd be happy to share it with you guys.
Yes, please. I think that would be great. I would really enjoy seeing that because I know that there's an age factor in there too. I remember early on when we were talking about this, that a lot of younger children were involved in those accidents. And is that Sheriff's Department video showing on their site? It was horrible. It was a horrible, where the little girl flipped over the ATV and it amputated her arm, severed her arm off.
Madam Chair, I know you can find it online, but I'm not sure if it's like posted on any particular
Ooh, baby,
website.
that was
but yeah,
impactful.
That's an
Yeah,
interesting one
yeah,
for sure.
absolutely. Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Officer White, thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the conversation this past week. As we discussed, I'm still troubled with this whole concept. You know, Title 28 is an ADOT document, and I agree with you for another agency to put shall statements that the Game and Fish Department is going to do something in their document is just a little rich to me. But one question, with the dollars that go back to state parks and to state trust land, when they go to do conservation or rehab the landscape, do they consult with the Game and Fish Department about issues that we've seen or ranchers that we've interfaced with to do some of that conservation work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I think sometimes, right? Like a lot of those projects might even be led by Game and Fish. I know we put in for a few grants in the past for different projects. But there are ranchers that can go directly to state parks.
Okay. And I just want to reflect what the rest of the commission is saying here, that you're doing a great work here. There's a lot of moving pieces here. I can remember when the biggest issue with OHVs was hunters wanting to go 100 yards off the road to retrieve big game. And now that's not even a consideration anymore. You don't even hear those kinds of conversations. This is not the hunting community that we're talking about here. These are the racing rails that, as you say, are going 100 miles an hour down there. So to work with the legislators, to work with all the different agencies, to try to put something together, I mean, we are on the point of that spear. And I caution the department going forward. I like the rails that you've put on the side. This is what we're going to focus on. It's probably what we should be doing, and hopefully other people will pick up their portions of the responsibility. But mission creep, we need to always watch this, that we don't keep taking more and more responsibility, more and more unfunded mandates, and more responsibilities related to this issue. These are like trail cameras. They are well ingrained into the community. We sold over 1 million decals in the last 5 years. So that just tells you how big this operation is out there and how many of these things are on our forests and on our roads. So I admire the work that's being done. You get a lot of credit for all of this. That's why we gave you a commission award 2 years ago. But mission creep is something I would just ask the department to continue to watch. Thank you.
Commissioner Manuel,
Madam Chair.
welcome.
Thank you. My comment that I wanted to make is specific to Region 2 where I live, and we are not as hot as the rest of the state right now, but we are getting there. And there's the people enjoying their OHVs are showing up already. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and all of our unit managers and officers who are spending the time, and I know spending time away from their families on big holiday weekends to do that enforcement. So I just want to say thank you for those efforts.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you very, very much. We'll look forward to hearing more from you in the future. Thank you, Micah.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I might like to
Yes.
enter the
Oh,
fray just a
please.
little bit.
Okay. Director Finley.
I wanted to say that the current bill, or I'm sorry, the current weight requirements, there are a tremendous number of OHVs that are not having to buy the $25 registration sticker because they're over the weight, but they are on the road and they're already doing the damage we're talking about. My son has a $55,000 machine and it's not required. It's only $25 for a sticker for that thing, but it's not required because it's over the weight.
Wow.
So there's a lot of things that could be done to revamp the program. Josh is our designee on the OHV study committee and he's doing a lot of that work, but it also requires us to work very closely with the legislature because the department, as Commissioner Guggenauer and I have talked about, is not taking more on, more is being assigned to us. And then I want to say through legislation, right, not through the department's choices, but I also want to say that the sheriffs who aren't here, but they're in this issue every single day, have this, because they're elected officials and the highest law enforcement officer in the counties that they represent, they have this put on them every single day. And it's not a mandate from a standpoint of law, but it's a mandate from a standpoint of their constituents that they are actively out there doing that. Same with the municipalities. And we definitely need a better funding model. And we've been pursuing that through the OHV study committee and everywhere else that we can do that legislatively. So for the people that are listening to this, they need to know that. And we appreciate this conversation about
Great.
it. So, thank
Thank
you.
you, Director. Thank you, Micah.
Thanks, Micah.
Sir?
The pleasure of the chair and the commission, we could move on to a quick break if you need one before we move to our time certain.
That would be great. Shall we take 10 minutes or 15? I don't know.
Maybe 10 minutes
10
because
minutes,
we are a
10
little
a
bit
break.
late on the
Okay, we'll be back at, I can't quite see the clock. 10 minutes. Okay, whatever that is.
Madam Chair, that
Direct-
brings us to item 6, hearings on license revocations for violations of game and fish codes and civil assessments for the illegal taking and or possession of wildlife. The presenter is Gene Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. The department would like the record to show that each of the cases the commission may consider today have been reviewed. It has been determined that each case meet the criteria established in Arizona Revised Statute 17338, 17245, 17314, 17340, 17362, 17363, and or 17502 for commission action. The record should reflect that the commission, the respondents, have been provided with copies of the original court dockets and case reports prepared by the officers, along with all other copies of pertinent information. All of these exhibits may be considered by the commission in order to make a final determination in each of these cases. Please note that each individual is legally noticed for today's hearing. I'll read the names of those individuals who are noticed for today's hearing. If you are present, could you please verbally indicate as such for the record? Scott Bellamy. I will also note for the record Rudy Owens, and I've mentioned to you previously, has requested a continuance to the next meeting. He wasn't able to attend today, but he'd like to address the commission in person, and so we've moved him to the April commission meeting. Rhett Ruiz. Benicio Ochoa. No members are present. The civil assessment process is not intended to be punitive, but is a process allowing the commission to recover financial damage and compensate the state for any lost wildlife. Hunter education requirements are imposed as remedial measure to increase knowledge and prevent future violations and not as punishment. The department is ready to present these cases of possible revocation or civil assessment action and have the commission take jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we take jurisdiction.
I need a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we'll take these in the order of presence. So the first one's docket number 2026-0004, name of Scott Bellamy of Maricopa, Arizona, 85138. Conviction summary, charge count A, take deer within a quarter mile of an occupied structure. The court suppressed justice court plea on count A is guilty. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $300 on September 22nd, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 73340, require completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damage no less than $3,973.13 for loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary: on August 22nd, 2025, Officer Martin received a report from a local resident about hunters shooting within a quarter mile of a home on Mount Francis Road and Game Management 20A. Officer Martin responded to the location and contacted 3 hunters in a vehicle that matched the description provided by the reporting party. Officer Martin contacted the group and they showed her recently a harvested buck and offered to show her where they shot from, recovered, and processed the deer. The group and Officer Martin traveled to the intersection of Mount Francis Road and Copper Basin Road, where they described watching a deer across the road, shooting from the intersection and following it down into woods. Officer Martin followed the group into the woods, inspected the gut pile. Officer Martin also observed that an arrow was used to kill the deer and a pair of discarded gloves at the gut pile. Officer Martin was able to determine that Scott Bellamy had harvested the buck, shooting an arrow from intersection of Mount Francis and Copper Basin Roads. The intersection is located within a quarter mile of 5 structures, with the closest being 150 yards. The group thought they were okay to hunt in the area, and since they were on public land, they were also not aware of the houses nearby. There are no corresponding cases. The deer was had as an evidence. The meat was donated to a Heritage Park Zoo. Time spent 6 hours. The case officer is present. Mr. Bellamy is not. Do you have any questions for me?
We would like to hear from the case officer, please. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Give us a brief overview.
So this case happened on archery opener of 2025. It's a busy day in Unit 20A. This is probably the 3rd or 4th OGT call I investigated. Came in around 6 p.m. I responded to the area, passed the truck as it came in, turned around, was able to make a consensual contact. So the hunters thought it was just a hunter check. They were excited to show me their buck, walked me through their hunt, where they shot from, saw the gut pile and the arrow, and then I informed the 3 hunters that they had harvested and shot within a quarter mile. They couldn't see the houses, but they had been using Onyx, so we talked at length about how to see structures nearby and be a little more aware of where we are. So the hunters were respectful, and Mr. Bellamy is retired law enforcement.
And did he understand how to use Onyx or no?
Yes, I believe they all did.
Okay.
I just don't think being within a quarter mile of structures occurred to them. I don't
see.
think they thought about it.
Questions? Any
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Guggenauer.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer. So I wanted to drill down on that a little bit. The statement that we have in our incident report, they said they couldn't see the houses, and they watched the deer run down to a ravine. So does that all square with you that, they saw this deer run across the road, they hopped out, they were focused on the deer walking down there? Is it conceivable that, they're focused on that and not pulling out their Onyx?
Absolutely. I think talking to the reporting party, their efforts were focused along the road and that intersection throughout parts of the day. This particular intersection goes right into a very well-marked area that says no hunting, residences nearby, you can see gates. And so it's likely that they went up that road and also saw that signage. I should have, interviewed them and to see if they had known.
Right.
But right where, at the intersection that they shot, you cannot see houses, and the ravine they followed them into, no, you cannot.
Right. And then just a follow-up, Madam Chair. It sounds like what I hear you telling us today and what I read in a report in 6 hours on the case, it sounds like it was pretty straightforward. They were cooperative. They took you right to the gut pile, didn't think that they were doing anything wrong till they got there and then figured out that, okay, we might have done something wrong here.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? All right, I need a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the license and/or license privileges of Scott Bellamy to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked, and he be denied another for a period of 2 years, that the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date of order, in this case, as signed by the director. That he is required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Scott Bellamy to collect the amount of $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer. And that I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So he will be given 2 years of revocation. Thank you, Jean. Next.
Next case is docket number 2026-0007, name of Rhett Ruiz, Queen Creek, Arizona. Conviction summary, charge count A, take mule deer with unlawful method. Court's Apache Junction Justice Court, plea is guilty. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $527 and 12 months of unsupervised probation. Date of conviction, August 14, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to RS 17340, required completion under education course pursuant to RS 17245, civil damage no less than $3,973.18 for loss of one mule deer pursuant to RS 17314. Case number on December 25th, 2025, Officer Wyatt Philipbaum received an email from a local rancher in Game Management 37B. The rancher stated that someone had cut the locks off the gates, entered into an existing one of their pastures on their private property. The ranch advised they would be replacing the locks and putting some trail cameras out in an attempt to capture the images of who cut the locks. On December 27, 2025, the rancher contacted Officer Philipbaum again, stating that someone had cut the locks off again and was able to capture video of the incident on his trail cameras. Officer Philipbaum was able to track down and identify the two individuals as Rhett Ruiz and Bryce White. Officer Philipbaum and 3 other officers interviewed individuals simultaneously. Ruiz and White admitted to cutting the locks and trespassing in order to scout for mule deer and javelina. Ruiz also admitted to cutting the locks and fencing on multiple other private parcels between Apache Junction and Oracle Junction. Throughout the course of the investigation, it was discovered that Ruiz shot a mule deer buck with a rifle, and White finished it off with his bow during an archery-only season in Game Management 24B. White tagged the deer with his archery deer tag and never reported the harvest. The meat was processed, and White had it in his freezer at his home. Additionally, Ruiz admitted to spotlighting and assisting in killing in a cow elk in Game Management 4A with the individual identified as Hunter Munoz. The cow elk was unlawfully taken without a tag during a closed season. Ruiz and Munoz left the entire elk carcass in the field to go to waste. Corresponding cases, 2025-0042, name of Bryce White. On January 16, 2026, Commission revoked Mr. White's hunting, fishing, and trapping license for 5 years. Imposed a civil assessment of $3,852.38 for the loss of 1 mule deer, and further required completion hunter education course for obtaining any other license to hunt or take wildlife. Disposition evidence, mule deer antlers and arrow were stored in evidence, and mule deer meat was donated to Jenna's project, the Soup Kitchen in Apache Junction. Unlike the previous case where the subjects were completely cooperative, that was 6 hours. This case is 200 hours invested by our officers. Mr. Ruiz also has another docket. They are very similar, so if it's okay with the commission, I will open that one and we'll just have one conversation.
Is it okay with the commission?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just have
please.
one comment before we leave this one, just to make sure I'm clear. We revoked Mr. White in January, and this is the same mule deer. So the dollars or the civil assessment here is going to be a shared amount. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, that is correct, and you are right. Commissioner Manuel, the commission normally in December or January each year sets the civil values for the previous year. And so since this case was in January, and the person had been noticed previously for the meeting, that $3,800 that I just read were the previous civil assessments. So I would agree, Commissioner Guggenauer, if it's okay with the commission, and you chose to take civil action in this case, I would recommend we impose the same civil penalty as the previous, just to make things simpler.
Is that okay with the
So-
commission?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to be explicit, Chief felt, so it will be a shared amount and the value will be $3,852.38.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is the commission okay with that? Okay, great. I need a motion. Oh,
We
sorry,
have one
sorry.
more.
Oh,
one
I'm
more
sorry, we
case.
want to talk, oh, yeah, okay, sorry,
Thank you.
confused today.
This next case is docket 2026-0008, name of Rhett Ruiz, Queen Creek, Arizona. Conviction summary: count A, take elk during without a valid license. Count B, take elk in a closed season. Count C, take elk with the aid of artificial light. Count D, take elk with a vehicle. It's the Flagstaff Justice Court. Plea is guilty on all counts. Court accepted the plea. Sentenced to pay a fine of $200 and make a $500 donation to the Wildlife Theft Prevention Fund. 24 months of unsupervised probation. That was on November 14, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to RS 17340, required completion hunter education course pursuant to RS 17245, civil damage no less than $9,983.94 for the loss of 1 elk pursuant to RS 17314. The case summary is identical to the previous. This is the second notice to Mr. Ruiz, and as you see in your recommended motions, one of them is for 5 years and the other one is for 10 years because these are, we have convictions on take violations in each of these cases. Officer Philibom is present.
We would like to hear a brief recap from Officer Philibom, please. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. Happy to be here. Chief Elms gave you guys a brief synopsis of the overview of the case. I'm available for any further details if you guys would like that.
Any questions? Commissioner Buchanan?
Thanks, Madam Chair, Officer Philbaum. I read all the details here, second time, because the first time we dealt with Mr. White back in January. But seems like pretty brazen behavior, not a case of, we just dealt with the case where we had hunters do something and probably had no idea that they were doing anything wrong. This is a very different set of circumstances. They set out to do wrong from the beginning. And what I'd like to hear is did Mr. Ruiz express any remorse during any of this, or did he seem like he didn't care?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, Mr. Ruiz was difficult to get a hold of, initially dishonest. He was eventually honest with me after he was presented with overwhelming evidence of the violations he committed. He did not seem to express any remorse over what happened.
Commissioner Guggenauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question on the elk portion of it. We just talked about a shared amount for this deer, but the elk, there was also another person engaged with that. But these are different in that Mr. Ruiz, he's the one who took the elk, and that's why that's not a shared amount. It's the full value for this one.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenhauer, so the individual that was involved with the elk, in addition to Mr. Ruiz, has not come before the commission. He will be coming before the commission at a later date. So I assume, if it's okay with the commission, that they will share that civil value of the elk.
Okay. So, and then would the value be as it's listed in the book then? Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, maybe I need clarification. I don't believe we can assume guilt before a case, so we can't make the elk a shared amount. We could come in later if the second party is found guilty and convicted in a court and make that a shared amount. But I don't think we can do beforehand, because that presumes that he's going to be found guilty.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, if I can, that third party has already finished the court process. He has been found guilty of the violations. He just hasn't come before the commission yet.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, he will be coming to the commission in May. We have his revocation packet, and he was found guilty.
So it is a shared amount then?
Yes. For this one.
Madam
Okay,
Chair, pleasure of the commission, but
We can.
it could be.
Yeah, could be.
okay, all right. All right, then, any other questions or comments for our officer?
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Thank you.
I'm going to read the first one. I move that the license or license privileges of Rhett Ruiz to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years, that the current license be suspended as of the date of the hearing, of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date of the order, as in this case assigned by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in the state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Rhett Ruiz to collect the shared amount of $3,852.38 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director or secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes. He is revoked for 5 years.
Madam Chair, I have a motion on the second. I move that the license or license privileges of Rhett Ruiz to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 10 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course, provide proof to the department for applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Rhett Ruiz to collect the shared amount of $9,983.94 for the loss of one elk. And I further move that the director or secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes, yes, with a 10-year revocation. Yes, Commissioner Buchanan.
Madam Chair, thanks. Mr. Ruiz, I don't know if you're watching today, but want to make sure, first of all, you understand you've just been revoked for 10 years. These periods of revocation are served, are Concurrently, thank you, not sequentially. So in other words, it's not a 15-year revocation, it's a 10-year. However, if you are found guilty of another game violation, you'll be up for consideration for a lifetime ban on hunting. And just so you're aware, and this is for our general public, this isn't, even though we revoked you for the state of Arizona, we have interstate agreements with 48 other states. So you're also going to be revoked in 48 other states during this 10-year period.
Thank you so much. Gene?
Madam Chair, the next case, the last case on this agenda item is docket 2026-0009, in the name of Benicio Diaz Ochoa. It's from Tucson, Arizona. Conviction summary charge, count A, take deer without a valid license. Count B, take deer without a valid permit. Count C, take deer by unlawful method. Count D, take deer in violation of Title 17. Count E, false reporting to a police officer. The courts of Pimas County Consolidated Court, plea is guilty on count A. All other counts were dismissed. Court accepted the plea. Sentenced to pay a fine of $500 and 18 months unsupervised probation on August 8, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17-40, required completion under education course pursuant to ARS 17-245. Case summary: on January 22nd, 2025, Arizona Game and Fish Officers Freeberg, Braun, and Investigator Foley responded to two hunters shooting at deer with rifles during an archery-only deer hunt in Game Management 33. Officers located and contacted the suspects, who were both dressed in camouflage and carrying rifles. The officers initially identified the suspects as brothers Benicio Diaz Ochoa and Jose Diaz Ochoa. Both men initially denied shooting at deer and stated they were in the area target shooting. After the interview, both Benicio and Jose admitted to shooting white-tailed deer, but missing the deer they had shot at. A records check revealed that neither Benicio nor Jose had ever had a license or permit to take wildlife in Arizona. Further investigation at the scene also revealed a butcher's kit in Jose's backpack with dried meat and blood on it. Upon further questioning, Jose admitted to previously poaching 2 deer and multiple doves. Initially, investigation led officers to believe that Jose may have been a prohibited possessor due to his immigration status. The investigation into Jose was continued in cooperation with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The investigation that revealed that Jose was an alias. The suspect's actual name was Teodoro Diaz Ochoa. In addition to immigration violations, Teodoro is a multiple convicted felon. Following a search warrant conducted by the ATF on Teodoro, his residence, additional firearms and ammunition were seized. Teodoro is currently being held in federal detention facility pending a trial for his firearms and immigration violations. Because he's in federal custody, he also has a warrant for his arrest for our violations as well. There's no corresponding cases. No animals, despite the best efforts of our officers, no animals were documented being taken in this case. Time spent 46 hours. Officer Freeberg is present if the commission has any questions.
We would like to hear from the officer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning.
Give us a little bit of a brief overview, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I can make a few points also.
Thank you.
So when we initially responded and made contact with these 2 individuals, there was multiple aspects of false information that they were giving us. Initially, they said they didn't fire, and then they said they were target shooting. Finally, we got a little bit more details, which were corroborated by the witness of them shooting at deer, both of them shooting at deer. So there was that aspect, and just wanted to make the commission aware that they did lie to us for a while. It was a fairly straightforward case. We got there, we caught them, and fairly blatant at that too. So there was, and just to kind of reiterate what Chief Elms mentioned, there was 2 individuals in this case. We're only here for one of them today. The other one is been in federal jail ever since. So he won't be seen for a while, and we'll be dealing with that one later. But the one here is Venancio Ochoa. So any other questions?
Yes. Commissioner Buchanan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate you being here. So I have a question on false reporting to law enforcement, which was one of the charges. I know that that is a tool that is at our disposal, but it's extremely rare when I see that on one of our violation sheets. And so I want to ask what led you to charge Mr. Ochoa with that when I know that you have tremendous discretion in how you deal with cases. Why did you charge this individual with that particular crime, if you will?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, there was a lot of information that came out from them that was false, and part of that had to do with the identification of one of the individuals. We had a hard time identifying the other individual, not Venancio, but the one that is not on the docket today. He initially gave us an expired Mexican ID, and we found out later through investigating with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms that that was not his ID. It was his deceased brother's ID from Mexico. So we had wrong identification on the person, and we spent a lot of time and effort because of that, and all this information that we got from both of them. So that was mainly what led to the false information charges.
Thank you. Commissioner Kerr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Officer, I noticed that you found a butchering kit with blood and meat on it. Did we ever discover processed meat or anything like that? I mean, I know we looked for a carcass, we didn't find it, but I don't see wanton waste on the list of citations. Is this because he gave the meat away, or we just?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, we didn't believe that they had shot a deer that day. All the information we got from the witness was that they had shot at deer, they missed. But we believe that they had done it before. This was not their first rodeo.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Guggenauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on behalf of the commission and everybody in this room and everybody that's watching on this, we're proud of you. As you read this case, I mean, whose day starts out, finding a violation, and then it escalates to something that ends up to being a federal crime. I mean, you, Officer Braun, and Investigator Foley, I mean, you get admiration from at least this commissioner for the danger, for the risks that you guys take when you're out there. I mean, nobody starts their day out thinking this is the way it's going to end up. So just thank you for what you do. We can't do more than just thank you guys over and over again. But this is a good example to the public and a lot of people that aren't familiar with the role of wildlife managers, how it can go from doing a deer survey in the morning to something like this happening in the afternoon. So thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you very much. I would like to commend both Officer Braun and Investigator Foley. Foley really helped make this case. He is an amazing interviewer, and he's here today. I appreciate that a lot. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Did we want to hear from Foley?
¿Por qué no?
Sure. Investigator Foley. Oh, you may be an investor too. I don't know. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Madam Chair, thank you very
Did you
much.
have another question? Please, if you could give us a brief interview of your investigation, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, so this case was very much dependent on the interview. We, of course, had some initial violations that we were suspecting them of. However, we were clued into the additional violations through the interview and made the decisions to pursue those and take note of them during the interview and those inconsistencies. And even though it's not directly within our mission necessarily, we, of course, are going to enforce all of the laws of the state and of this country and made those appropriate steps. And the interview was significant probable cause that led to the search warrant that was served at the residence later on.
I think that's great, and that's kudos to you for knowing how to ask the questions to get behind the curtain. And that's difficult. So thank you for your skill. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Nate, just a comment before I make a motion. I want to thank you for your personal leadership for being so engaged at the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Academy for, I think, a period of 6 months. Not only helping a number of our wildlife managers understand what we do and get through the program, but maybe even more importantly, dealing with other agencies across the state and helping them understand the Game and Fish Department, how we operate and why. So I think your leadership is important. I'm glad that the department always has a rep down there, and it makes a huge difference. Thanks for that.
Madam
And
Chair,
with that said,
Commissioner
Madam Chair, I'd
Buchanan,
like to
thank
make a
you.
motion.
Please.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Benicio Diaz Ochoa to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked, and that he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Got a lot of seconds. Okay, good. No, that's fine. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that is a 5-year revocation to 2 people that, or to a person that doesn't even have a license. So I'm not sure exactly what we're going to revocate, but how do we handle that, Gene? Is there any particular process with that? Or are they just notified?
Yeah, Madam Chair, those that the commission revoked that have no history in our system, we create a user profile for them. And so if they do choose to try to enter our system, then that information will be there waiting for them. But that's the best we can do.
And is
obviously.
the reciprocity also, that goes into a system where other states can see that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, as Commissioner Buchanan mentioned previously, all revocations from this commission are entered in the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact. There's currently 49 states in that compact, and they honor suspensions from other states.
Great.
Arizona was one of the first states in the compact, so we've been in it a long time.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very much, Chief.
I do have a question. So the second appeared to be a tie. Who do you think made that second motion?
Oh,
For
I would,
this?
who made the second? I'll give it to Kerr.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes my agenda item.
Thank you
Madam
so
Chair,
much, Chief.
I think Jim was faster, but I was louder.
Okay, okay.
As
Director?
is usually the case.
Thank you, Gene, and every officer that stood up here today. Appreciate you all. Madam Chair, item 4 is recruitment and retention efforts. The presenter is AJ Lander, Wildlife Manager.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you all. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Good morning. I'm excited to have the opportunity to present to you today. This is my second time in front of the commission. The last time was for cases, and I'm really proud of the fellow officers and the work they do, and I'm excited to talk to you today. So I've been with the department since 2017, been in Tucson since 2019, and since my coming into Region 5, I've been involved with a lot of these hunter recruitment and retention efforts. Lots of camps across the region, not just in my district, but as you see in the coming slides, I have quite a few that happened in the 36 unit. So I'm your wildlife manager for 36B and 36C, and I'm really happy to do it and really happy to talk to you today. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Here's some of the camps that are listed in the back of our regulation book. I can tell you there are more than 13 events that occur in the region, but these are the ones that are listed in the back of our regulation book. Sometimes we have organizations that they do their own advertisement and they don't have them in the back of our regulation book. As you can see, I'm in Sector 8, and of the 7 or so All of them are held in the 36 units except for one. And I get the privilege of participating in those and have helped out with my other sectors and some of the camps, including the Dove Camp that happens in Sector 7 and the upcoming fishing clinic happening in Sector 9. They ask us to be there. Most of the time they ask us to be there. We have some involvement with all these organizations that'll come up in the next slide. We like to be involved with these hunt camps, these fish camps. And, sometimes they have us there just to represent the department, answer questions. Sometimes we get an opportunity to speak, go through things like hunter safety, tab +1, OHV safety. Sometimes we get into detail about hunting, the culture, the practice, the sport, go through laws, regulations. I know I'm asked quite often to say what kind of cases we go through, what's things we commonly come into. And, they don't want to hear about the fishing licenses, of course. They want to hear about big game cases. But, it's always a good thing to get up in front of groups, whether it be just talking to parents and children. And some of these camps are for adults, and just let them know what we do. And so they have a positive experience with the wildlife manager. And sometimes that's the first time they've ever met, seen, or even knew we existed. All the camps I will bring up today are at no cost to the participants. So a lot of these organizations like SCI, AMDO, Arizona Becoming an Outdoor Woman, they fund themselves through their fundraising efforts, and the people get to participate for free. Besides, of course, the price for hunting, fishing license, and a permit. Next slide, please. Here's some of our partnering organizations. I have spent most of my time with the Southern Arizona SCI chapter and Johnny Ochoa and his group. Great guys, and they host a total of 4 camps just in my section of the state. All these organizations do stuff all over the state. Becoming an Outdoors Woman has involvement in Region 3 around Prescott. Into the Wild Outdoors spends a lot of time in the eastern portion of our sector. Outdoor Experience for All, Eddie Corona and his camp, they host youth hunts and wounded warrior hunts out of the town of Revocations in all the 36 units. But he also takes people all over the state. Sometimes they are folks that are donated tags as wounded warriors, and sometimes they are children or youth that are have some kind of illness that makes it difficult for them to go and on a normal hunt, and he facilitates that for them. So a lot of respect for Eddie Corona. With Becoming an Outdoors Woman, I work with a woman named Kathy Green, and that's probably a name that a lot of people in this room know. She's been doing this for a long time, and much longer than I've been a wildlife manager. And a lot of these camps that I've been able to participate in have existed longer, much longer than I've been down here. Next slide, please. This is the Safari Club International Youth Deer Camp, coordinated by Safari Club International. They are, I don't think I have to tell you who they are. They are one of the biggest hunting organizations in the world. For youth hunters participate at no cost, and you can be paired with a mentor. I mentor at this camp, and I like to do so. That center picture is me giving my game warden talk to all the kids. This camp holds a special place in my heart. My younger brother participated in this camp as a teenager. He's 29 now. My first involvement with the department as a volunteer was at this camp and under Gabe Paz, and that's actually how I was able to arrange my first ride along with the wildlife manager. Uh-oh. Okay. I've been representing at this camp since 2019. They fund this camp with their fundraising efforts on their banquets. And SCI does a lot of work around the region, and I know they do a lot of work across the entire state. The mentors are all volunteers. Some of them are professional guides, some of them are just locals. And this is held on the Buenos Aires Wildlife Refuge group campsite. It's by permit only, but they get the permit every year, of course, and they are welcome to do so. And I know that the federal partners enjoy that this camp comes down, and often they also send federal employees to be involved. The most recent youth camp, the federal officer assigned that area came and showed off his new police canine and did tricks, answered questions, and it was a real good time. This camp is meant for youth hunters of all experience levels. You get people that are really green, never picked up a gun, never handled, never considered hunting. You get parents that maybe have done it themselves, grew up at some point hunting or fishing, being a sportsman, but just maybe got out of themselves but wanted to bring their children into it. You get people that are very experienced but haven't hunted the 36 units coming and just wanting to learn the area and bring their kids along. And sometimes you'll get really experienced hunters at some of these other camps too. But we try to bring in, of course, the people that are in need of mentorship. But that's not always the case. And this is the kind of camp where everybody's invited, and you'll often get people that know that this camp is going on and they didn't come there for mentorship. They came there for camaraderie and for some really good free food. Next slide, please. The Arizona Becoming Outdoors Women's Javelina Camp. This is one where I probably had the most success as a mentor. Callie Cavalcant has been a mentor at this camp. So this is an all-women's camp. Doesn't mean you have to be a woman to participate. Obviously, there's lots of men in this photo. Lots of the folks that participate and mentor are women hunters, and that's very appreciated by some of the women that come in to receive a mentor. This is definitely for all experience levels as well. Sometimes the participants are provided with a weapon to use. This is a ham hunt, so handgun archery muzzleloader hunt. It attracts the kind of constituent that maybe is not fully comfortable with firearms, but they don't mind archery and want to participate in a big game hunt. I have personally been on hunts or mentored in this camp and was able to help two hunters were able to harvest on the same day. We were so successful that day that Kathy Green, the woman that runs this camp, she had a tag and she's like, I haven't been able to harvest a javelina on this hunt for several years. And I took her along and we harvested a javelina later that day. So I'll joke with some of the other officers. The only thing I'm good at is javelina hunting. And that's not because I'm a particularly good hunter. It's because I have great spots in my district. I know where the javelina are, and that's really the key to my success and my involvement in this camp. Also offered at no cost to the participants. Kathy Green has been doing this camp for 18 years. So lots of people that have been impacted positively by this camp. This is also on the Buenos Aires group campsite. One of the things I like to bring up and do is when I'm at these hunt camps, they ask me to do as much talking as I'm willing to do. And I'll bring up stuff, not just to the kids in the previous slide, not only to the adult hunters, but just anyone who wants to see it, that, here's the things that I try to get across to people. I want them to know what a game warden is, what we do, that we're law enforcement officers. There's quite a few people that think that game wardens are not law enforcement officers. Go into some of the ways the North American model of conservation, wildlife conservation works and how we are funded, and that it's not by tax dollars and it's by discretionary purchases. And, we are public servants, we are law enforcement officers, but, we also serve the hunting public as a result. And then they foot a lot of the bill when it comes to conservation in the country. Always go through tab +1. Sometimes I'll tell some of the scary stories that happen around the area. This last season, the very first weekend of the season, there was a hunting incident that occurred where a gentleman accidentally shot his wife. And as scary and not great as it is to bring up those situations, sometimes giving something like that is a way to let people know, like, you can be overly comfortable sometimes and it can lead to accidents. We are dealing with firearms. And I always make the joke, I would love you to hunt for the next 100 years with no additional wounds on your body and just have a career that's long and prosperous in the hunting. We get into common violations, of course, wrong species, wrong season, closed season. A lot of questions I take are about the new eTag app, how to properly do it, how to download, how to log into it, and how to still tag your animal even though you're using an eTag. We get into cultural issues, being stewards of the land, off-highway vehicle safety, cross-country travel, habitat damage, stuff like that. Safety rules, of course. And I always try to convince them that it's a good thing that they're there and thank the organization. And those are things that I go through with every single camp if I get an opportunity to speak. Can I get the next slide, please? The Junior Jack Camp, and I know from going forward, we'll be calling this the Youth Jack Camp, but last held in March of last year. This camp was formerly run by the department and started by Jim Heffelfinger in 2009. It's now run by Safari Club International. This camp was revamped by Noah Silva, who was previously the wildlife manager for Unit 36A. He's now in Unit 33, but he actually came back because of how special this camp was, and they wanted to continue it. One of the problems with this camp is COVID kind of shut it down for a few years, as well as rabbit hemorrhagic disease, and the numbers were just down in the area. Once they started to come back, we tried to revamp the camp, and it was sure well received. This draws a lot of folks that maybe aren't fully vested to get into big game hunting, but want their kids to get outside and try their hand at hunting. The hunters get a chance at small game and predators. As a matter of fact, at the last camp, we had a predator calling organization give a presentation on coyote hunting and the ins and outs of doing that using a game call. This one is held in units 36A and 36C, so it's not specifically on the refuge, but the participants can go onto the refuge to hunt. They don't just learn hunting, they learn general outdoor skills as well. This likely will not happen the coming season because of the low rabbit numbers, but this is a special one, and we hope to revamp it later in the future, and I'm definitely excited to eventually participate again. Can I get the next slide, please? The AMDO Youth Javelina Camp is one of the newer ones. This camp was previously held in the 34 and 35 units. They came to my side of Interstate 19 because of opportunity for javelina, and I guess my understanding is kids were a little bit more able to get drawn in the 36 units than across the highway, and that's definitely a good thing to have the abundance of wildlife we do and to provide this opportunity. Also, the convenience of the Buenos Aires group campsite, so this is also at the campsite. That picture on the bottom there was my first time addressing the whole group and giving them, this talk where I listed all the things I like to mention and culture and stuff like that. And this is one that is gaining popularity. The first time they attempted this camp, there was 2 participants. And it turns out that there was some miscommunication about where this camp was being held, and some hunters actually thought it was still in the 34 and 35 units and hadn't crossed onto the other side of the highway yet. But now, as of the last season, there was 12 hunters that attended this camp, and it was very well received as well. The next slide, please. The agro fishing clinic held at Rose Canyon Lake is actually coming up, not this weekend we're about to be in, but the following weekend. I got to be master of ceremonies at the 2 events ago. And this one is it's one of those that I'm really excited because it's not just your local hunters, local guys. You'll get officers from all of the state coming down and participate in this one. It's coordinated and ran by the Arizona Game Ranger Lodge. Participants are local Boy Scout troops and youth from La Frontera Behavioral Health Organization, sometimes underprivileged youth, but not all the time. Sometimes these are these younger kids, this is like the first time they're getting outside and trying to participate in this stuff. They've never fished, they knew it existed, but they've never had the opportunity to participate. And that picture of me in the center there, that young lady had just caught her first fish, and it was the first time. And she thought it was gooey, of course. She didn't want to touch the slimy fish, but I helped her out with that, and she was so excited. She was really excited to get the the hook rebaited and cast out again because she was having such a good time. This event happens on Rose Canyon Lake, which is on Mount Lemmon, Coronado National Forest, not far from where we're at now. And last time I participated, the lake was actually closed for seasonal closures, and we got special permission to held this camp in the lake. So it was largely a private event. The public can still come in and walk into the lake and be there, but it was mostly a private event, which made it very nice conditions for a lot of people to just be around that lake without stepping on each other, without crossing lines or anything like that. And it was just a good time. We got really nice lucky with the weather that day as well. And this is one I always look forward to every year. And I will have the opportunity to be the master of ceremonies at the one next weekend. My last slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I put the proverb, give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. I couldn't figure out if it was actually a Chinese proverb or if it came from something else, but I put Chinese proverb up there. I think to myself, we give a man a lifetime of fishing if we teach him how to fish. Well, if we give a kid a lifetime of fishing, we're actually getting a little bit more time out of him. The sportsman, of course, right? And that's part of the North American model of wildlife conservation. We have sportsmen, sportswomen out there for longer periods of time, and they contribute to funding conservation. A lot of that sits on the shoulders of sportsmen and women. And I don't have children myself, but I definitely want to eventually, and really enjoy mentoring youth, mentoring new hunters, adults, and bringing them into the fold. Letting them feel the culture, be involved, get the camaraderie, freeze their butt off in the tent, and get the full experience. And it's all these camps. Sometimes they are very, very successful. We've had youth camps where 12 deer were harvested out of 30-something hunters. We've had, like this last season, where very few animals were harvested. Sometimes you get people that are very, very happy about their experience and just happy to get outside. Occasionally you get the person that's like, man, I can't believe we didn't see a single javelina in the last 3 days. And that happens. And that's the full experience of hunting, right? It's not, my grandfather likes to say, it's not called killing, it's called hunting. So, sometimes you're successful and other times you're not. But I definitely like to participate, and I appreciate the opportunity to present, and I'll take any of your questions.
Fabulous presentation, and thank you so very much. And I want to tell our public and the people that are here and that are watching, if you go online to our Arizona Game and Fish website, there's a lot of opportunities listed there along with yours. And I think when people want to get themselves or their kids or their grandkids or family, whomever, involved in getting into the outdoors, the opportunities right there on the website. So I urge people to do that. I did Becoming an Outdoor Woman, I don't know, many, many years ago, because I'd never even camped when I met my husband. And now I'm the chair of the Arizona Game and Fish Commission. So I've come a long way, baby. And it's thanks to many of the trainings that are provided through the department. So thank you so much for your efforts. They're just amazing. Appreciate your update.
Madam Chair, thank you. I didn't know that. I think I'll bring that up at the next camp.
Oh, there's another story behind that I'll
Okay.
tell you too. It's
Okay.
quite interesting. Do you have any wine to go with that? Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Officer Landers, I love to see the enthusiasm. It's really great. These camps are so important for getting our youth out there and showing them how to do it right. My children benefited from it. And we attended not necessarily because we needed to learn how, but there's a culture and there's a camaraderie, I think, that's kind of been lost over the years. And it's great that we're reestablishing those connections. And my kids love these. So if there's anybody out there listening that is interested in learning how to get started, you're not sure where to start, these are a great place to start. And I really thank you for all your efforts and everyone involved. I'm glad to see there's more camps kind of developing out there. And thank you to the volunteers. And please extend our thanks and congratulations to everybody involved. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, thank you very much for the comment. I think about the hunting is not proliferating. It's getting smaller, unfortunately. And I really like to have these camps to try to grow it and to teach them the right way. I thank you for making that comment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Well
Right.
done.
Thank you.
Nice work, AJ. Thank you. I think there's a Chinese proverb about fish being gooey too, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Madam Chair, item 5 is Ben Avery Shooting Facility Master Plan Range Protection Zone Update. The presenter is Mike Rom, Shooting Sports Branch Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you,
Can-
Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can. Thank you.
Yep. Well, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Welcome, Commissioner Manuel. It's great to have you on board finally after your long process. And I want to reiterate something Commissioner Kerr just said. Like, Officer Landers like enthusiasm, passion. It's like really inspiring. That was a great presentation. So great job. Okay, so as the director shared, going to give you guys an update on the Ben Avery Protection Zone. First piece of that is we've been talking about the Halo Vista development. Things are starting to move along here. The MAC group provided us a updated drawing of the 43rd Avenue, which is where the Ben Avery entrance will tie in. And then they've committed to providing us the actual construction designs with grades here in the future when they finalize them. The groundbreaking piece of the project's going to take place on March 27th. So coming very soon, they're going to be starting to break ground. And you can see, if you look there in the lower picture, their focused area for the first pieces of construction are the northeast corner of that. So it's the Dove Valley, 74, I-17, and then that section there. And the main focus areas that they're going to be working on, we've talked about the Auto Mall on that upper south or northeast corner, which is across from the east entrance of Ben Avery. And then Costco, which is a 15-acre piece of property just on the north side of Dove Valley that they're going to focus on. And then the two hotels we've mentioned there before, the Courtyard and Residence Inn. So they're kind of the focus areas of the first pieces of the project. And the Costco is anticipating to be opened next year this time. So there is going to be a lot of dirt moving and a lot of things happening over the next year. And then in our December update, we talked about the land that was going up for sale. So TSMC bought the 900 acres in January. That's part of that North Park development that we've talked about. Went for over $197 million for that. And that's just, that land's going to accommodate their additional pieces of their investment and plans of the building. But the fabrication sites, I think there's 6 fabs, the 2 packaging facilities, and then their research and development. Sure, as you guys have been up and down 17, you've seen the construction signs out around 303. On March 6th, last Friday, there was a ribbon cutting ceremony for that project, which is the first project under Prop 479 that was passed last fall. It's extending the half-cent sales tax, and those funds are going to Maricopa County transportation projects. So that ceremony included a lot of organizations, business owners, and local and state officials, and we provided parking at Ben Avery at the 1,000-yard range to help shuttle people down there for that event. And then we had our quarterly ADOT City of Phoenix meeting at the end of last week. A couple of the key points that came out of that. The Dove Valley, I-17, the frontage road, 43rd Avenue, all those kind of roadways and intersections are like a year out till they'll be constructed. And as you guys are aware, next year is when we have our funding plan for the construction of the new entrance into Ben Avery. So still looking like everything's on a line timing-wise. The MAG study that we've been talking about for the corridor of Route 74 from I-17 to the 60, there's going to be a public open house on April 14th. That'll start at 6 o'clock, and it's going to be hosted here at the headquarters building, that it's convenient for everyone on the 74 corridor. And then the last little piece on that, the update from our quarterly meeting was ADOT's been really trying to focus on keeping the roads safe. The boroughs have been a problem, as we're all aware. And the MAC group's going to be installing a fence along 51st Avenue and then cleaning out the cattle guards there at 51st Avenue and 74 in efforts to keep the boroughs from moving east towards 17 or getting out on 74. And that should help keep them from getting over here on Ben Avery's property too. We met at the beginning of this week with GLHN. They're an architect and engineering firm, and started initial conversations on the entrance, that 43rd to New Ben Avery entrance. They're going to be developing some conceptual plans for us, and then make kind of final decisions on what this may look like. And I anticipate our June update bringing those designs to the commission for review, and then potential approval as our master plan update for that entrance then. And then just a recent happening, we've talked about the Peoria project, but last week the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission approved their 11.5 square mile project. It's called the Peoria Innovation Core Planned Community. That's over 7,300 acres. That'll be master planned. And if you've been out along the 303, the Amcor Technology is currently building that $7 billion packaging plant for the semiconductors. And then on February 27th, Commissioner Buchanan, Chris Duchan, our operations manager at Ben Avery, and myself got to meet with some of the CMP representatives to continue our discussions on partnerships at Ben Avery. CMP is planning on purchasing 25 electronic targets for the 1,000-yard range. We're going to provide a storage area for them on that, and then storage for their electronic pieces, iPads and things in a controlled environment so they last. We'll be working with them on future uses, other uses than just during their large match. And then we also talked about the indoor range, continue those discussions, whether expanding on the current indoor range, that it's an 80-point, or if it's a better investment for them if they're interested in these partnerships, if it would be a new range itself, a new indoor range. So before I ask for questions, I think Commissioner Buchanan may have some other little points he may want to share with us all on the CMP update.
Great, thank you so much, Mike. Commissioner Buchanan?
Thanks, Mike. First comment is CMP is Civilian Marksmanship Program, for those of you that don't know. And it's an organization that's been around for years. And we've enjoyed a partnership between the Game and Fish Department and Civilian Marksmanship Program for some time. They host a lot of some of their national level events at Ben Avery, but they want to expand and broaden that partnership. When you look at their mission statement, especially what they do on the R3 side, it lines up very nicely with the departments. And specifically on this one comment, we got two different areas of cooperation. One is the electronic targets for the 1,000-yard range, which Mike just talked about. But then, they host a national level competition for air gun. And one of the big focus audiences is junior ROTC programs across the country. Currently, they do that. I think it's in Salt Lake City. It requires 80 firing points. And we have 40 firing points at our indoor facility. And so what they're considering is a couple of options. One is to either expand our indoor facility to enable it to accommodate 80 firing points. It would still be retained as a multiple use facility. It includes archery as well as air gun. Or they're considering, construction of a brand new facility at Ben Avery. And we explained to them the process, how it works through the commission, different funding strategies, what's the quickest, what takes the longest, and all of the legal complications and everything. But in short, it's in their interest to have a permanent location rather than, right now I mentioned Salt Lake City, they have to ship these targets out every single year, bring them back, and that causes them some issues. And I let them know that, of course, I can only speak for one commissioner rather than the commission, but we're interested in this partnership. But the ball, frankly, is in their court. What direction do they want to go? And then as they do that and lay out what their plans are, what they'd like to do through Mike and Tony, eventually that may come to the commission as we consider options. So anyway, that's kind of a little bit more, but lays on some detail for what Mike said.
Great, thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Commissioner Buchanan.
Mm,
So
Commissioner
now-
Guggenauer. Oh, sorry,
No,
go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, I'm ready for questions, but thank you, Commissioner Buchanan, for sharing that additional information.
Okay, Commissioner Guggenauer,
Thank you,
please.
thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, I appreciate the information, and I think you're right. You know, this thing is, we watch it go through this planning stage, but once they start moving dirt and building buildings, you know, I'm not surprised that they can build a Costco in less than a year and get it open. So that just gives you an indication of how fast things are going to grow there. When we talked, Mike, we were expressing concerns about the traffic for the TSMC facility off of Dove Valley and adding now in the Auto Mall and in the Costco. Can you share a little bit about the infrastructure that ADOT is planning for the future in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes, the ribbon cutting ceremony for the 303 I-17 is to address, like you said, if anybody's been coming north, especially in the evenings or afternoon, the traffic backup is on 17 is really bad. And that all stemmed from TSMC, everything happening up here faster than ADOT, anticipated. So construction of this whole interchange will keep everything a free flow, which will alleviate these backups and things. And then part of those development pieces for Halo Vista that working with ADOT that they did is actually a surface road, inside off of I-17 to connect the current exit on-ramp at Carefree Highway to go south down to Dove Valley, and then that'll feed a lot of the businesses into Halo Vista from that east side, which should alleviate a lot of the traffic actually needs, at least in the initial start of being on Carefree Highway, the 74 headed west.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Luke?
Madam Chair, I was just answering a question in the audience from Mr. Klump. And the question was specifically, is Ben Avery still open to the public? And Ben Avery it is still a public shooting range.
Alive and well. It's excellent. Sporting Clays, we just had a shoot out there. Was that last Saturday?
Yeah.
That was fabulous for Wildlife for Tomorrow, which is our 501c3 for the department. So yes, absolutely. Sporting Clays, rifle, pistol, shotgun, archery, all kinds of stuff going on out there. Well, I think that it's time. After 26 years, I think it's time. Thank you for that question. Anything else, Luke? We good? All right, Director?
Madam Chair, item 7, if your anatomy can endure it, is species of greatest conservation need briefing on the department's watershed management plans. Presenter Julie Carter, Aquatic Wildlife Branch Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Director, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and welcome also. Let's see, I'll wait for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yes, okay, here we go. Okay, so today for this SGCN, Species of Greatest Conservation Need briefing, I'm going to talk about our department's watershed management planning approach. And we're coming to you because this was brought up at a commission meeting last year, wondering how we determine how we manage at one water versus another. And we intended to bring this back to you. Next slide, please. So the department has a dual mandate to provide recreational fishing opportunities for the public while also conserving and protecting native species. And our goal is to not manage for one at the expense of another. We also have a desire to proactively reduce conflicts for endangered species and the SGCN species that are in the footprint of where we manage for sport fish. And we had a desire to do this at a watershed scale. Next slide, please. So first I'll talk about the existing footprint. Right now, we stock 18 sport fish species in 104 sites that are open systems throughout the state and 16 species in 82 closed sites. So those are closed basin. We have 34 native fish species in our state. 19 are listed as threatened and not 130 are endangered. So That was a typo. 13 are endangered. So the majority of our native fish are threatened or endangered species. All are SGCNs, and there are 3 sport fish within there too. And then we have a number of amphibians and riparian obligate reptiles that are within the footprint of our sport fish management, as well as spring snails. Next slide, please. So back in, I think it started probably in 2007, we started a statewide planning process to look at this watershed scale strategy. And the final report was in 2009. So you see a lot of people that have been around, come and gone. Most of them are from the department, but we have 2 people from the Fish and Wildlife Service that were on this team as well. And so it was a collaborative multi-agency effort, and their mission of the team was to develop a framework and decision-making guidance to make watershed-based fisheries management emphasis decisions that balance those dual mandates. We did it by a water-by-water evaluation within each watershed used for every watershed in the state, and this was designed again to meet that dual mandate. Next slide, please. What makes this process different is that it covers every single water within a watershed of the waters that the department manages fisheries within. It integrates the sport fish and native species. It's not just native fish. We also are looking at those amphibians and other species. It's stakeholder driven, so there is a process to bring in not only Fish and Wildlife Service partners, but also land management agencies and other critical stakeholders. And we use a science-based ranking framework, which I'll cover. Next slide, please. So if you look at a statewide planning effort versus a watershed planning, it's just a very different approach. So statewide planning is very broad, high-level guidance, one size fits most, very limited local nuance if you do it at a statewide level, and it's harder to anticipate where you're going to have conflicts. A lot of our native species are watershed specific, so a statewide level was really not what we wanted to do, and that's what we had been doing. It's less actionable at that water level. Watershed planning, it's ecologically meaningful. We evaluate water by water, and it's really locally tailored management, conflict avoidance, and then it's a really good way to implement ready decisions. Next slide. So the desired outcome, I don't want to repeat myself, but we're trying to reduce any kind of conflicts between native species and sport fish species using this approach. We also want to align our fisheries management actions at the watershed scale and hopefully improve the status of native aquatic species and provide sustain and provide and enhance angling opportunities. This is intended also to inform planning for land management agencies and other partners as well, so it's intended to be valuable for them also. And then guiding management prescriptions, so any kind of activities that we want to do in the future at all these different waters, and really using the adaptive management principle because things change. Next slide. Okay, so this is the map of the watershed, so you can look at what we're covering here. These are all at the USGS HUC 6-digit code, so that's hydrological unit codes. And it's mostly think about large rivers with tributaries feeding them. Next slide. And how the process works is that we develop a watershed management team. So we do this independently. We have a team. It has staff consisting of the department, Fish and Wildlife Service, Land Management Agency, and if there are other key stakeholders we would like to invite. You inventory every watershed, every water in the watershed. You look at what is there, what's the existing community. There's a lot of ranking that goes in that I'll cover, and identifying the desired species and management needs. Sometimes there are species we don't desire in certain places, and we can use this for management emphasis and actions. And then there is a management emphasis at every single water. Next slide. So the management emphasis, this is a sport fish, native aquatic species, or both. In the beginning, it was recommended to have a primary management emphasis and a secondary. We got rid of that because we didn't want to make one more important than other necessarily, and figured that we could work it out where any emphasis preferences, but it really is compatible for both. So once that emphasis is set, everyone knows how we're managing at those waters. This includes the department as well as all of our partners, but there is room for change, and we've developed a process to make changes. So if you don't know what's there, there's a lot of waters we didn't even know what was there, we give it an undetermined status, and then that really helps our regional aquatic staff go out and prioritize surveys and look for opportunities. Next slide. Okay, I won't go through all these, but I just want to let you know how much work this is. When you're doing all of this data gathering and analysis and scoring at the whole team, you identify the management units first. So you go through a huge mapping exercise to identify every water. This is also springs, seeps, ponds, reservoirs, lakes, streams, everything. Some of the bigger rivers are divided into multiple management units. For example, West Fork of the Little Colorado River. Above some fish barriers, we manage for Apache trout. That's one management unit. Below it, we manage for mixed sport fish. That's another management unit. And you provide all of this information on here. The two things I put in bold are scoring. So we look at unit angler potential. You look at things like angler use days based on surveys, what sport fish are there, and you give it a ranking. And then you also look at conservation value as well, and you give it a ranking. And this helps us to get to how to make that management unit emphasis. Next slide, please. And the 34 fields, that means 34 columns on a spreadsheet. There's no way to visually present that to you without making you cross-eyed, so I just put 34. All right, so the first two plans, we did the first plan, which is the Verde River Watershed. It had 93 management units, and it took us about 3 years to do. That's a lot of work. The second plan, we started to refine our methods a little bit, got a little bit better, and it had pretty much half as many management units. It took a little less than 3 years. So both very time-consuming, very staff heavy. Next slide. What we developed out of the first two were these web maps. So we had a Verde River Watershed Management Plan web map, and then the Santa Cruz. They look completely different, use different systems, but this was how we decided at the time that we were going to do it. What happened was we realized that when we want to make changes regularly, it's really hard to do that when you're locked into a web map. And we also heard from the federal land management agencies that it was really hard for them to look at it. So you had to go, so for Verde River, you had to go through 93 different lists of waters, maybe to find your own that you're interested in. Next slide. So we got the tangible products. We got these two web maps. We had one-page summaries for every single water. And those challenges were then, how do we incorporate these plans into department processes, and how could they be used easily by other agencies in their planning processes? And then also, how can we make it not take 3 years? Next slide. Okay, here's just an example. These are what the one-pagers look like on the Verde River water web map, which is no longer available, and neither is the Santa Cruz, which I'll get into. But just to giving you an idea on everything that we presented in a summary. Next slide. And this one is for a sport fish. So you identify all kinds of things that we're looking at, as well as desired condition, all the species, angler unit potential, and everything like that. Next slide. Okay, so then we needed to make some changes. So we went into a very aggressive time frame in 2019 to complete the rest of the plans to get ready for the 2021 sport fish stocking consultation. So if anyone doesn't know what the stocking consultation is, that's a 10-year approval period for us to use federal funds to do our stocking programs. And we really wanted to make sure that the angling opportunities and stocking locations during that process were compatible with the native species conservation. So we moved away from the web maps, and then the other thing we did was have a co-leadership approach of the watershed teams with the Fish and Wildlife Service. So we had one lead, usually it was one and sometimes two from the regions, and then one person from the Fish and Wildlife Service. We did this in the spirit of partnership and transparency, especially getting ready for that stocking consultation. Next slide. So in 1 year, we did 8. So everyone was really working hard. If you look at some of the numbers of those management units, just look at the Little Colorado and the Salt. Very, very large and complicated watersheds and took a lot of time. But we were really proud that we got through it in 1 year. Next slide. And this is a map that just shows what kind of information that you get. So this is, if you look at all the little blue dots, those are some of our proposed stocking areas in the location here. And then in the green is where northern Mexican garter snakes live. So through this effort, we can overlay where we're stocking and where those sensitive species exist and look for opportunities to reduce conflicts, maybe offset impacts, or eliminate them entirely. Next slide. All right, so the stars are all the plans we've completed to date, and since after 2019, 3 more were completed. These 3 don't have any sport fish opportunities, so they were lower priority to complete in 2019. And these were all led by individuals out of the Native Aquatics program in the aquatics branch. So now we're up to 13. So we're done. We're done with this. Next slide, please. So the tangible projects. So we instead of doing the web maps, we developed key summary tables for every watershed plan. They're on our website. We used all of this in our state wildlife action plan revision for aquatic conservation opportunities. We started really integrating the watershed plans into the sport fish and native aquatic species planning efforts, management plans, stocking, everything like that. So everything is very integrated now. We make annual updates using an identified process, and we have 2 leads that do that. Zach Beard with the Game and Fish Department and Shaw Headwall with the Fish and Wildlife Service are in charge of getting annual updates so we can make changes. And then that's just really helped us maintain strong partnerships with the Fish and Wildlife Service and key stakeholders in the spirit of transparency and collaboration. Next slide. So this is what the summary table looks like. Here's the long website, but if you ever wanted to know what we're managing for at any water, this is where you'll find it. So if you ever have that question, it's all there on the website. Next slide. So I think this effort is unique. It's unique among states, and it's really helped advance fisheries management in Arizona. It allows us to sustain those angling opportunities, reduce conflicts with native aquatic species, and really helps improve interagency coordination and collaboration, and provides clear management direction that is completely supported by science. And next slide. I think that's my last, just to answer any question.
That was absolutely terrific. I just love it. And thank you so much for all your hard work. But a big thank you too for having me up to your meeting in Prescott. That was really fun to meet with all your folks and to speak with them and hear a couple of the presentations. So thank you so much for that. I love this work. I just love what you're doing, and you do it so well. And so thank you to you and your team for everything that you do.
Thank you,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Buchanan, did you have something?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Madam Chair. Julie, first of all, thanks for all that you do. I mean, I appreciate you laying this out in a very logical way. It makes so much sense. You can see that we're looking at it from a comprehensive perspective. My question has to do with the public, and what can you walk me through the public process? And I'll just give you an example. Us commissioners, you know, we get a lot of feedback from the public that says, hey, I want brown trout back in this creek, or, you know, this place shouldn't be restricted to Gila trout, or, you know, we need to not emphasize the native aquatic species here, or whatever. And And obviously, we bring that to you piecemeal from time to time. I know that you consider all that, but can you walk us through the public process? How does the public have input to this rather than us, or you, more appropriately, you as just a team of biologists making all these decisions in concert with the Fish and Wildlife Service?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, that's an excellent question, and it's evolved over time, I will tell you. So in the 2009 team report, there was a public process, and that was put into place for the first plan, the Verde River Watershed Plan. That was one of the reasons why it took 3 years to complete. And that was one of the reasons why we used adaptive management principles to change that up a little bit. We have a really good Commission Order 40 process for considering changes to regulations, suggestions on where people want their species to go. We decided to use that for our public process more than this. This is available for the public, however, to view. And then we got stakeholders that were not just federal land management and Fish and Wildlife Service. We tried to invite others, including Trout Unlimited and other partners as well. And so that is just a little bit different approach, but our watershed plans are this huge umbrella here, right? This is the big umbrella. Our individual fish management, like water specific plans are this level. And all of those changes can be done through our Commission Order 40 process and our meetings with anglers and outreach. So it's doesn't have quite a public input format.
Great, thank you for that. Yes, please, Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So great information, Julie. I mean, perfect example of adaptive management plans. You can end up with analysis paralysis if you start going down these. But a question, some of the watersheds are outside the state of Arizona. Did you work with other states in any of this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, great question. The ones that we haven't done so far are mostly on tribal lands. And so if you look at that upper Colorado and the San Juan, those are tribal lands. And so we really focused on the ones that were within our management authority. And that was our decision. And then we did look at the ones that had the native fish and the sport fish as the priority, but we still had interest from stakeholders and department staff to do the ones in southern Arizona that didn't have sport fish opportunities, just to identify where we have native species opportunities.
Great.
So if I could just follow up,
Yes,
Madam
please.
Chair. So you guys are the experts here. What's occurring to me is, could they do something in their waters or on their watershed that could impact what we're seeing, downstream from those? I'm sure you guys work through that or have a process for that.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, we usually work through those through the Fish and Wildlife Service because they have, they work with the tribes under the Department of Interior and help manage those trust resources on behalf of the tribes. And so we don't know all of the locations they stock necessarily. I mean, you can find them usually on their websites, but we don't have any really big conflicts that we've become aware of. I mean, there have been things that we've worked through, but we try to do it in collaboration.
Right. Very well done, Chief Carter. Pass along the congratulations to your team.
Thank you for dealing with a planning spreadsheet or a presentation. I know they're not very exciting, so appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Director?
Madam Chair, we could go into executive session. We just saw lunch arrive, or we could just go on.
I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn to
How
lunch.
long will we need,
or
Tom?
executive session?
How long?
1 hour.
1 hour?
We'd be back in here
So,
by.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to go to an executive session and return at 1 p.m.
Need a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
The new commissioner's hungry.
All right, we will be back here. We'll say at 1 o'clock, please. Thank you. That's funny. Director?
Madam Chair, item 8 is state and federal legislation. The presenter is Ed Sanchez, Legislative Policy Administrator.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, Ed Sanchez, Legislative Liaison for the Department. Good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I will proceed as we have a brief federal and state legislative update. Next slide, please. We're at 61 days. Seems a lot longer than that, but it's only been 61 days. Again, nothing has really changed too much on the bills introduced and passed and vetoed. But I would tell you that the last day to hear bills in committees on both sides, Senate and House, is March 27th. So there's going to be a lot of activity, still a lot of bills to be heard in committee, a lot of decisions to be made by those chair people about who they're going to allow to be heard. Because if they're not heard, then that bill at that time is dead, unless they move it with another vehicle later on in the process. So a lot of activity. And then a budget watch, just another reminder, one of the biggest priorities for the department and for the commission are department budget and appropriation requests. They're have not heard of really any type of noise or sounds from the legislature or from the governor's office, but we're going to continue to kind of monitor that and let you know how that goes. Next slide, please. And I get an opportunity, I want to plug in, because we have been following this process all along. All the checks have been checked off. And as of 3/11, which was Wednesday, we have new Commissioner Jessica Manuel. So congratulations. Thank you for confirmation. I'm looking forward to working with you. Jess Rady and I look forward to working with you. So thank you.
Yay.
And just to let you know, Stephen Williams left a little while ago, but he was also confirmed on that Wednesday to the Livestock Loss Board. So that's another good win for the department and the commission. Next slide, please. So I'm going to try to go through these bills pretty quickly because you've seen most of them. And please forgive me if you see some mistakes in there, because I was actually making more adjustments just before lunch. So hopefully I got them all correct. So 2156, the Livestock Compensation Fund, it was heard on Tuesday, and that's Resource Committee, and it passed 5-3. So it continues on through the process. Again, this appropriates $250,000 from the State General Fund to the Livestock Compensation Fund. Okay. At some point in time, it'll stop in the process and be put in a bigger funding bucket to determine if it goes farther in the final appropriation process. Next slide, please. And so with that, I forgot to say, so we were talking about the importance and the value of this bill and the $250,000 that helps support the Livestock Loss Board. So Madam Chair, I have a recommendation.
We'd love to hear it.
The Arizona Game and Fish Department recommends that the commission support House Bill 2156, the Livestock Compensation Fund appropriation.
So moved. Second.
I have a recommendation, so moved, and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Passed, Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. Another bill that was heard in the committee was HB 2158, predatory animals definition, and it expands the definition of predatory animals to include bears, cougars, mountain lions, and wolves for the purpose of game and fish regulators. Just I left that in actually because I was afraid I would forget. I shouldn't, but through the process on the House side, the word wolves was eliminated. So it just includes cougars, mountain lions, and bears. But with that, there was a lot of pushback by stakeholders, specifically sportsmen, conservation groups. It was really great to see that type of effort this last Tuesday. Commissioner Goodenow was there. A lot of you know, sometimes you're waiting to testify and see what happens. But in this case, Chairman Shope held the bill when the bill came up in the committee. So something that I think it was, again, it was all the people getting together to talk to the committee members, to talk to some of the other Senate members about the concern that they have with this specific legislation. And so part of that was that, as you know, Madam Chair, that we reached out talking about, we currently had a neutral position on this legislation, and we were looking at maybe doing an opposed position. And that's what we took as a commission position on Tuesday. So I'd like to have a recommendation to make that official today.
I need a recommendation or?
Madam Chair.
Next slide, please.
I would make that recommendation that the commission oppose House Bill 2158.
I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Manuel, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? And it passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. Another bill that's coming up very quickly, this coming Monday, on the 16th, is SB 1280, the Public Monies Mexican Wolf Prohibition by Senator Farnsworth. It prohibits the Game and Fish Department Commission from transporting or spending or using public monies resources to transport Mexican wolf pups interstate into Arizona. So that's going to be heard again. It passed in the Senate 1611. But now it's going to be heard in the Law Committee on Monday. And so we'll be there to comment, but our position right now is neutral on that. We had a good conversation with the staff, so I think they're prepared to see where this thing's going to go, but it'll be heard on Monday. Next slide, please. HB 2257, the Watercraft Fund distribution of monies by Biasucci. This modifies the percentages of monies collected from watercraft fees, the Watercraft Fund, and from LESFA. The staff at the department worked with the sponsor along with the county, specifically the sheriffs, to work out a compromise of some sort on this legislation. And we currently are neutral on this position, but I think we feel very comfortable from all the conversation we had with the sheriffs. This is what I was working on here in the back. It's now going to be heard in the Senate. ATT is Appropriations, Transportation, and Technology Committee. So there's going to be a hearing next Tuesday on this legislation. We'll be there to testify as subject experts if necessary. And I suspect this probably will move forward and position itself again to be positioned and placed in the bucket of appropriations. Next slide, please. HB 2162, the Game and Fish Commission membership by Representative Diaz. Now, this bill and other bills, they're in the process right now. They haven't been specifically placed on an agenda, but I just wanted to let you know kind of where they all are right now. This bill is referred to Senate Natural Resources, hasn't been placed on an agenda. We feel very good about this. We've really advocated strongly about our concerns about this legislation. So as soon as we hear from Senate Natural Resources Committee, specifically Senator Shope, we'll let you know. With more detail on that, the agenda for next Tuesday was released. No wildlife-related bills at all in that agenda. Okay. So any wildlife bill that'll be heard will be heard on March 24th. And the 27th will be the last day to hear bills on committee. So that will be the last chance that a bill will be heard in the Senate Natural Resources.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Ed, this is really for Mr. Klump's benefit since he's here. I know he applied for the commission last year and he's a cattleman and rancher. I just want to make sure that he understands at least what I can't speak for the whole commission, but I'll speak for myself. I think it's a good idea to have a cattleman or rancher on the commission. It's a bad idea to make it a requirement. And part of the rationale for that is we already have a mandate by state law, a cattleman or rancher on the commission appointment recommendation board, the CARB. That's where those interests are supposed to be taken into account. But what we don't have, and this gets to the director's comments about us having the best commission in the United States, one of the reasons is we don't represent any special interests. You know, we're members, we do have mandates on limitations of political party membership, and we, no more than one of us can come from any one county. But other than that, it's wide open. When we went to the Lara hearing on this, we actually heard from members of both the Sierra Club and the Humane Society of the United States who oppose this, but they also said, if it is approved, they want their representative on the commission as well. And that's one of the concerns is all you have to do is look northeast to the state of Colorado, and you can see all the kind of problems that happen when we have commission members represent specific interests. So that's the root of at least my opposition to it, and I just wanted to explain that to you. But I want to encourage you to keep applying. Most of us up here have applied more than once to be on this commission before we made it through the process.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had, I think it was last month that the commission did vote to oppose this, and we shared that with the legislators when we were down there.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for those comments. That you're right on. We oppose this, and we relayed that to Senator Shope and the committee members specifically, and other senators in that caucus about our concerns about this legislation. So we'll continue to monitor this for you. Next slide, please. HB 2147, deer taking landowner permits. Same scenario. It's been referred to the Senate Natural Resources Committee. It has not been placed on the agenda. It also has been opposed by the commission. Same conversation with Senator Shope and the committee members. We'll continue to monitor this and see where it comes on the 24th. Next slide, please. HB 2197, unlawful camping stock, wildlife access. Commissioners, this is a bill that we'd had a lot of work on, a lot of history from last year, as you know. There was questions about diversion in the language. We've gotten that all cleaned up. The specific language in the bill that was voted on in the House just on the 25th has the language agreed upon by the department. Unfortunately, it failed 2628, mostly because I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. Some members were missing. So they motioned to reconsider. I was talking to the sponsor, Representative Bliss. She was assured it was going to be heard and voted on Monday. And she's already talking with Senator Shope to assure that he'll see that. His decision to place bills on the agenda is around noon on Wednesday. So still time for the bill to get over the pond, for Shope to see it and consider it in the committee on the 24th.
Madam Chair, Ed, is the amended language, is that what everybody's working to right now? They have the latest language that was proposed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gurnau, yes,
Okay.
the agreed upon language is currently going to be the one voted on third read. Next slide, please. HB 2763, shooting range closure conditions by Representative Nguyen. This bill has been referred to the Senate Natural Resources, has not been considered yet. Of course, again, we'll see if it gets on the agenda on the 24th. Next slide, please. HB 2159, Mexican wolves, landowner permits, rules by Diaz. Same position. It's got passed out of the House, referred to Senate Natural Resources now, waiting for a decision by Shope on where that's going to lie. And by the way, there are 30 bills on the March 17th Natural Resource Committee. 30 bills. That's a lot of bills. And there was literally 100 bills that were referred to Senate Natural Resources. So Shope has, he really has one more hearing now to decide what he's going to do with these 60 plus bills. So a lot of decisions you have to make, and one of them is going to be this Mexican wolf bill that, of course, the commission has concerns on. Next slide, please. HB 2497, right to hunt, fish, harvest by Representative Way that establishes the citizens of Arizona have a right to lawfully hunt, fish, and harvest wildlife. That passed through the House. It's, again, been referred to Center of Natural Resources. I know a lot of constituents, a lot of stakeholders are engaged on this issue, educating and informing not only Senator Shope and the committee, but other members about their concerns about this. This is such an important issue to all sportsmen, all conservation groups. We want to make sure we get this language right and correct. And as you know, there are some concerns out there that's not quite there. So we'll see where this thing falls on the 24th. Next slide, please. HB 2787, federal nullification, Mexican wolf reintroduction. It basically prohibits any state agency, including the department, from using any resources to enforce, administer, or cooperate with the Mexican wolf reintroduction program and Endangered Species Act. So a lot of concern that we have as we've talked throughout this session, and it's going to be heard on the, it's referred to the Senate Natural Resources Committee and considered for the 24th. Again, a lot of feedback sent to the committee members and also some specific key senators. And so we'll see how that goes. Next slide, please. There, and now I am finished on the state level. Not a lot on the federal level, other than talks have continued in Congress, but it's really slowed down the budget process. Because I was back in DC last week doing meetings with the delegation and staff, some committee members also, but Homeland Security funding legislation has really kind of taken the lead on that. We're just getting into budget talks and some of the appropriation committees starting to work. That kind of happens in April, but you can see this kind of sense of urgency now. We're getting closer to that, and they really want to get this DHS funding issue behind them. So, but I have no idea. I haven't heard of any solution, at least short term. So we'll have to see what that happens. But good meetings in DC last week. And one thing that we've talked about is the state wildlife grants, as we do every year. We received about $73.8 million last year. They're just starting the advocacy to reach out to, again, tell everyone to seek please consider the highest appropriation as possible, above the 73.8, but so we'll see what happens with that. Letters will come out to the House members actually today. Actually, they'll probably extend another week. And then you'll see them approaching senators late March, early April. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Yes. Commissioner Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ed, no questions. Just want to say thank you for all your help and guidance and for this whole process.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Manuel, you're very welcome. It was my pleasure. It was great to meet with you. It was the best thing to get know you a little better, understand what your concerns and your passions are. And so I think you're a great fit for the department and the commission.
Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
just want
please.
to echo that. Ed, you and Jess, you guys are rock stars down there. How you manage to make the right contacts for legislation so that we can get points made, even as late as walking into the Natural Resources Senate chamber and meeting some of the legislators at the rail. I mean, it's phenomenal the work you do down there. So thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, and Commissioner Goodenow, thank you so much. And on behalf of Jess too, Jess has been awesome, right? She's fit right in perfectly and,
She really
hasn't
has.
missed a step.
Yeah, excellent. And again, I want to thank you for that legislative weekly update that we get now. It's fabulous. It really is well done, and it really helps me ferret through a lot of the legalese and just understanding our discussions, sometimes that we have on each of those. So thanks so much for that. Thank Jess for that too.
Thank you,
please.
Madam. Yes, because it's all Jess. So.
Okay, well, it's excellent. It's excellent. I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Ed. Madam Chair, item 9 is state and federal lands planning update. Presenter is Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief and Acting Assistant Director of WMD today.
Welcome, Callie.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Okay, let's get into it. State and federal lands planning update. Thank you, Director. Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Chief. And next slide, please. Okay, my first update is on the post-2026 Colorado River operations. Bureau of Reclamation has been tasked with releasing the draft EIS for Colorado River operational guidelines and strategies for the Lake Powell and Lake Mead portions of the Colorado River. In January of 2026, they released a 45-day comment period, and the department submitted comments earlier this month in March. Drought conditions in the Colorado River Basin have led to lower available runoff and reservoir levels. Our department's comments did remain consistent with our state's priority to maintain water security, but did identify recommendations to minimize ecological impacts to aquatic wildlife and wildlife-related recreation on the river, depending on what direction the Bureau of Reclamation decides to go here. Next slide, please. This is a follow-up for my update from last month. The BLM has been working through their Lake Pleasant herd management area. They released their plan in December. The department submitted comments in January of this year, and the BLM has subsequently signed the plan earlier this month. They do intend to start gather operations for the Lake Pleasant herd management area starting early next month, and we are encouraged to hear that they are hopeful that those gather operations will continue into further in the year as well. So more on that soon. Next slide, please. Okay, my next two slides are going to be on Secretarial Order 3447, expanding hunting and fishing access. So the Secretarial Order was released and directed Department of Interior offices to identify and remove unnecessary regulatory or administrative barriers to hunting and fishing on their managed lands and waters, with the intent of expanding access and opportunities where it's compatible with law, purposes, safety, and conservation needs for those lands. They were directed to identify those areas under their jurisdiction within 60 days where those hunting and fishing opportunities could be expanded, and the department did an internal analysis to identify some recommendations in areas of the state that we feel are compatible with this criteria identified within the Secretarial Order, which I'll share on the next slide, please. Okay, so here is a really high overview of the areas that we identified internally. So for BLM, we identified Aravaipa Canyon, which currently allows access for bighorn sheep hunters outside of a designated area from the base of the canyon. We feel is compatible for some spring Gould's turkey opportunity within the area. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service National Refuge Systems have identified some expanded big and small game hunting opportunities across multiple refuges. I will highlight our interest in Sandhill Crane potential opportunity for the Cibola and Havasu National Wildlife Refuge. And then finally is the National Park Service lands. So it says for that first bullet point that it's Saguaro National Park West. It is actually east and west. So there's two separate portions of Saguaro National Park. On the west side, it's within the Tucson Mountain Park area, and on the west side is in the Rincon Mountains. Neither one is currently open for hunters to access and hunt on those lands. We did identify within the founding legislation that due to the reason that the Saguaro National Park was identified as such, that non-motorized access would likely be the most appropriate or feasible given the founding language for both big and small game hunting opportunities within the national park. And the last one I have identified here is just south of where we are here in Sierra Vista and Coronado National Monument. We've identified opportunities there for big and small game hunting as well. So the department has drafted a comment letter to share with our local Department of Interior offices, identifying these areas, and we look forward to sharing that with them here shortly.
Commissioner Buchanan has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Callie, so if there is a decision made to follow along with what our recommendation is. I understand that decision would be made probably at the department level, Department of Interior in this case. Then what I'd like to do is have you walk us through the trickle down. Let's just take that first example, Aravaipa Canyon. I've seen a lot of Gould's turkeys up there. I know they're there. I also know that currently we don't have that system and we don't have them in the system. They're not part of our tag allocation or decision process. What if the change is made, what's our process to better manage those? Probably more focused on big game than small game is my question.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, it's a great question. I don't know that I have the best answer for you right now because much of it is going to be dependent on our coordination with those Department of Interior offices locally. But the way that that's worked in the past is that those recommendations and coordination would be considered and integrated with our commission order process for each of the hunting opportunities we would offer for the different small and big game hunting opportunities. And we would just work through what that expanded access would look like as far as permit or non-permit opportunities that we could offer as part of that commission process.
Great. Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So great work here, Callie. We appreciate all that. The secretary order is important. I think we ought to put the emphasis on it. And Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that perhaps the commission, in addition to what the department is doing, the commission write a letter from the chair kind of supporting these same types of actions and send that letter to the Interior.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And it passes.
Thank you.
More work for you.
Woo, woo, woo.
Next slide, please. I'm available for any questions if there are any from the commission.
Any other questions, comments?
I want to put you on the, Madam Chair, I'm going to put you on the spot. So how long is it going to take before we start seeing lawsuits get generated? Do you think this is going to go smoothly, these gathers, or plans to get back to AML levels across the state, or is it just another step in the process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, it's a good question, and I don't know. It's entirely possible that the BLM could encounter legislation or lawsuits in regards to their plans for gathers. I think a lot of that is to be determined, but so far the department is very encouraged to hear of their plans to start these gathers. As I've mentioned previously, the population is estimated somewhere in multi-thousand level, 2,000 approximately for burrows in the Lake Pleasant and the greater area surrounding the herd management area. And they've identified AML at approximately 160 to 200 animals. Off the top of my head, I don't have that exact
right.
number, but they are hopeful that these gathers will get them very close to AML over the next several months. And so we're encouraged to hear that.
Well, and speaking on behalf of the commission, we are too. So we are available if we can add more support, or we can go meet, talk, whatever it is. We're just a phone call away.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other comments, questions? Thank you so much, Callie. Well done.
Thank you, Kelly. Madam Chair, item 10 is Commission Priorities Update. Presenter is Luke Thompson, Special Assistant. to the
Hey,
Director.
Luke. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. Ben, I'll have you pull up slide 2 when you get there. So Madam Chair, members of the commission, a lot of things in this month's report to be excited about. We receive a lot of information through the monthly reports, and I try to touch on a couple things every month just to keep some of this fresh in everybody's mind. And this month I was looking at the landowner relations piece and the efforts in our field operations to continue to have those landowner contacts across the state, and the reason that the commission has created that and identified that as a priority for the department. We think of all the goodwill that develops across the state. We still have a quarter left in the year as it relates to the goal that the department has established with that metric, but we're well on our way to contacting over 600 landowners across the state. and the goodwill, some of the pieces we've seen today as it relates to access issues, access concerns, securing access for the future, habitat projects, HPC projects. I think of my time on the Strip, everything from as simple as a water trough on a pipeline to large-scale habitat manipulation projects. Really exciting stuff coming out of our landowner contacts across the state. And then, Ben, while we're here, if you could jump to slide 44, I wanted to highlight for the commission our ongoing refinement, if you will, of the wildlife connectivity metric. So this was ratified by the commission in December. We've begun to identify those categories that have been presented. Ben, I'll have you jump 2 slides to slide 46. We continue to refine slide 46 as a visual representation of what the actions are that the department has taken regarding wildlife connectivity. You'll notice in February, there are multiple actions that have been completed since the last commission meeting. Those items in green are identified actions moving forward that we'll continue to report on. Green represents that we're on track, that those pieces are, we're working towards those ends. And then one more slide, please, Ben. I'll pause after this next slide for questions, but thought we would give the commission a final update. Well, not a final update, but a fresh update, if you will, on where the Willard Springs overpass is on I-17. A lot of conversation surrounding this. We're aware of the partnership between the department and ADOT. They have been on a winter break for construction of that overpass. We anticipate coming up here in April that they'll renew their efforts on construction of that overpass and move towards completion of that over the next year. I'll pause for questions, and then following any questions, we'll turn it over to Heidi for the expanded report.
Go ahead, and then I have one.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Luke, could you go back to your first slide for a second?
Yes, sir.
The one that laid out all 10 priorities. Just a comment, I want to give my own opinion, but also an education piece for the public. So these are the commission priorities. They are not static. They change over time. And sometimes they change based on different conditions. Could be threats, could be opportunities, all these sorts of things. In case in point, the priority number 10, which is the last priority Luke just talked about, is a new priority for us within the last 6 months. I can't remember exactly what date we approved that. That's based on all that we see going on. And I know today Heidi is going to drill into detail on long-term fiscal and social political sustainment. I don't want to interrupt Heidi's presentation. I think it's a bunch of great stuff with critically important information. But I do want to share my own opinion about that as I look at this particular priority. When I think about the long-term threats to the department and our mission, a couple come to mind. One is habitat loss. But then we also have the parts that come out directly from this particular priority. Loss of economic capability and loss of socio-political support. We only have to look as far as Colorado and what's happened there over the last 2 years to learn from a sister state what loss of socio-political support, whether it's from the public or from the legislature, can mean to our mission. And so, for that reason, I hate to say it, but some priorities are bigger and more important maybe than others. And this one to me is critical. In fact, I would argue that it's probably 2 different priorities. We have them lumped together, but I think loss of socio-political support is one thing and loss of economic support, though related, is something else. And then you start looking at some of these other priorities, I can make an argument that promote fair chase is really a subset of loss of socio-political support, or, increase and improve sport fish opportunity is also directly related to economic. So I don't want to muddle up Heidi's presentation with this. The comment is we will continue to discuss all of this. This is an important tool for how the commission directs the work of the department. And it's not a static process. We have a lot of talks about it. So I just wanted to share that, even though you may be just seeing this and you think, okay, these are the priorities. They change over time, and all for good reason.
I'm going to make a comment, and then Commissioner Guggenhauer.
Have you heard anything, Luke, about the Rio Verde wildlife crossing? Because I know the town of Scottsdale has a $34 million part of their budget dedicated to that. And I know been a plan on it, but I don't know if any construction or where we are with that.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, as far as current construction or next phases, I'm not familiar with those.
Okay.
I am aware that our contracts branch and other biologists across the department have been engaged with the city on that
Great.
crossing. And we do have Keith Knutson standing by. He may have additional update, but I do not believe we've moved closer to construction. As I understand it, they're still in some of the feasibility conversations about what that might look like to create an overpass.
Great. Well, as that changes, if you'll just give us an update, you don't have to get back with me or any of us for what I just asked, but just when it's convenient, when you see movement on that, just let us know.
Madam Chair, I will. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yes, thank you, Luke. I think, we've talked about this before. This fiscal year with the metrics is probably the best I've seen in my 7 years being on the commission. I appreciate all the work that goes in. I know how much work goes into this. I used to live by these things during my career, so I know how it's hard. You've got real jobs to do, and it's hard enough to pull all this stuff together. And I appreciate that. I also want to thank personally Keith Knutson. I love the development that he's doing with Commission Order 10 here. I think they're on the right track. I'm not even going to comment what still bothered me about it because he's done such a good job. We'll figure it out going forward. But great work here to the whole team. Thank you.
Great.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you for that. And the wildlife connectivity priority is a perfect example of Commissioner Buchanan's example. We've been focusing on connectivity for a long time as a department. Simply the fact that it's been elevated to a priority for focus from the commission to the department doesn't mean it hasn't been a primary issue for the department. We're reporting on it much more purposefully now for the commission and the public. So I appreciate all the comments.
Thanks for that clarification.
If there are not any other questions, I will transfer over to Heidi and she'll provide the expanded report for the social political sustainment.
And before we do that, I believe that Ed Sanchez has an introduction for us.
Oh, excellent.
Okay. Well, then it's going to be Dave Daniels.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the county supervisor is here to say hi, Frank Antonori.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Hey, I just want to welcome you guys down to beautiful Cochise County. And as a registered hunting license guy, I'm a big hunting and fishing guy. I'll talk to you guys later about some of my issues, but I was just talking to the gentleman in the back, I ran a bill to allow hunting coyotes at night, and I still can't hunt coyotes at night, so I'm wondering where that's going to be, but we can talk about that later. That's we have a problem down here with that, and I know you guys know the wolf problem as well that we've been dealing with, and I appreciate you guys helping out with that, and hopefully we'll get that all hammered out, but that's something we could talk about a little bit later on. But thank you for coming down, and I hope you enjoyed the drive. Some of you guys, I believe, came quite a ways to come down to the lower right-hand corner of the state. And you got to drive some of you, I think, live in the upper left-hand corner of the state, right, Kingman?
Our newest commissioner is from Parks.
Yeah, so boy, oh boy, talk about driving the furthest possible distance to get here. So, but thank you guys for coming down. I appreciate what Game and Fish does. Again, as a hunter that's been hunting this state for 22 years, I think we're getting it right. Tweaks here and there, but that's what you guys are for. And I look forward to working with you guys on a bunch of issues that affect not just the state, but actually affect Cochise County, our ranchers and our hunters and whatnot in this county. So look forward to chatting with you guys a little bit more a little later on.
Well, thank you so much for that. And it's always a joy as the chair that we get to kind of choose where the meetings are going to be. So for an example, last month we were in Maricopa. That was our first time ever in Maricopa. I believe we
the
have
town of Maricopa.
The town of
Yeah.
Maricopa, we're in the other part, the other big Maricopa lot. But I really have to thank you. I don't think we've been down to Sierra Vista for a while. It's been a few years, yeah. So I appreciate your opening your arms. I can't believe how much it's grown in the last few years. So thank you for your leadership here in the community.
I know this guy too. It's been a while when he was a lobbyist for you guys when I was in the legislature. How you doing? Long time no see.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Exactly.
it's good to see you. So yeah.
Tony's been hanging around for a while.
Yeah, Tony's been around a while. Yeah, like 10, 12 years ago,
Yeah.
So it's been great. But again, thank you guys so much, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care.
Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Now we have Miss Heidi. Thank you for your patience.
All righty. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Get comfy because I have a lot of notes. Just kidding. Next slide, please. I will be covering today the long-term fiscal and socio-political sustainment, kind of a deep dive into that priority. So the purpose is to generate $10 million in sustainable funding within 10 years for the purpose of meeting department operating expenses and communicate the department's programs and purpose to generate social and political support. So in fiscal 26, and how we do that, we look at a few metrics, obviously the revenue metric, and we increase that target to $1.75 million this year in discretionary funds raised. We also increased our target engagement rate to at least 2.75% across our 4 social media accounts. And then we maintained our target of 350,000 unique visitors to the Conserve and Protect campaign microsite. So I'm going to start by covering the revenue metric. Next slide, please. You can see here a list of the products and services that support this metric. I do want to note that revenue from licensed sales is not included in this metric. No new products or services have been introduced this year. Instead, we are focusing on optimizing our outreach efforts to maximize those sales. Next slide, please. I'd say we've been fairly successful in doing so. If I'm doing math out loud, it looks like we're about $7,000 away from our fiscal year revenue target, even with that increase. So that's been really great to see this year. Next slide, please. This graph simply shows you a breakdown of our monthly targets and actual sales. We evaluate the monthly goals each year and adjust as necessary. You'll see the next largest target is in April, where we account for Copper State draw sales. And that large spike you see in February, that accounts for increased sales in Point Guard and Point Guard Plus through the draw. Next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier, we focus on optimizing our outreach efforts in order to maximize sales. And this graphic illustrates the model in which we operate from. We call it PESO, and that's paid, earned, shared, and owned. And it is a structured approach that aligns our efforts so that we use all of our communication tools in a strategic fashion. So on that paid side, those are your paid advertising campaigns or digital ads, paid social media. On the earned media, that is all of the work that our great public affairs team does in getting coverage from the media on department issues and topics. Our shared platforms, those are our social media accounts. And then the owned properties, that's our website and our email communication tools. Next slide, please. So I'm going to cover some of the products and services that benefit from that ESO part of the model, and that would be Point Guard and Point Guard Plus and magazine subscriptions. Promotion of the Point Guard products happens through social media support and website promotion, as well as direct email communication to customers who subscribe to our hunting email list. These efforts happen in conjunction with our annual draw communication strategy. The magazine is promoted through similar channels: direct mail, direct email, earned media, social media, and web promotion. Now, on the paid advertising side, we run marketing campaigns to promote the Copper State draw and donation opportunities. So you can see, we have our tax campaign running, and that will be live through April 15th. And then also on the donation side, because of some of that paid effort that we put behind that donation ask, we saw record contributions in December for Send Water. So now I've wedged Google Tag Manager down there in the bottom. And it's in here because it's a success I'd like to highlight. It is a tool that is helping us inform our paid marketing efforts, specifically on the licensed sales side. So even though license sales are not captured in this commission priority, the Google Tag Manager is still worth mentioning. So this year, the branch's website team partnered with IT to implement GTM on the license website, enabling full tracking of the customer purchase journey from initial visit to completed transaction. So now the GTM also informs us where people are coming from. Like, are they clicking on a digital display ad? Are they clicking on paid social posts? And understanding that flow allows us to shift or allocate more dollars to those advertising pieces that are outperforming others. And real quickly, so Google Tag Manager works by placing tracking tags or small pieces of code on key actions across the site, including page views, session starts, first visits, click to purchase, payment attempts, and completed license purchases. This allows us to see how users move step by step through the buying process and better understand how visitors ultimately complete a license purchase. Next slide, please. So not only do we have a Google Tag Manager set up on the license side, we also utilize the tool on the donation side. The department's donation programs offer everyone, including people who might not hunt or fish, but who appreciate wildlife, the opportunity to financially support conservation. And through our outreach efforts, we work to engage new audiences to expand and hopefully create sustainable support. And one way to ensure that sustainability is to promote and encourage recurring donations. And so in September, we launched recurring donations for Send Water, Conserve, and other causes, resulting in more than 145 signups in 4 months for recurring support. Next slide, please. And here you can see the results, and it's really neat when you start to kind of analyze the information that's coming in. So when we resumed recurring donations in September, we began tracking the percentage of donations each month that were either one-time or recurring donations. So some months have seen a fairly even split between the two donation types, such as December, where one-time donations are common due to like year-end giving patterns. And comparatively, January and February typically see a seasonal decrease in one-time donations. So that here we see the importance of the recurring donations. In January, 80% of our donations were recurring. And without them, we only would have raised funds from the one-time donations that make up that remaining 20%. So recurring donations allow us to have steady fundraising outside of seasonal giving patterns. And this is especially valuable during for our Send Water donations, as we typically see a lull in one-time donations during the cooler months, but the need for that funding is year-round. Next slide, please. So this is it looks kind of vague, but I think it tells a story. And we're really just, on this slide, we're looking at contributions to tax, Send Water, and our general conserve bucket. And what it tells you, is just where we've focused efforts, where we've had some hiccups along the way, and kind of, I think we're back on the upswing, so I'm very excited. Like, for example, in fiscal 21 and 22, we really focused our messaging strategy on the revenue piece versus awareness. We leaned into that donation call to action. And at this time, we also were able to offer online donation capabilities, recurring options, and the conservation membership package. And then in fiscal 23 and 24, we shifted our messaging more toward that awareness side, just to, again, educate the public about who we are and what we do. We also paused our donation online functionality for a little while in 23, but then brought that back in 24. And then in fiscal 25, our IT team built the donation platform entirely in-house, and then also helped us launch recurring this fiscal year. We are on track this year to outpace fiscal 25 and Send Water contributions. And so, like I said, I'm hopeful and positive that we're on the upswing again. The final piece of the donation puzzle includes the relaunch of the conservation membership package, but we're working internally to get those pieces in place. And I do quickly want to mention tax, which is the yellow bar. We did see tax contributions decline in fiscal 24, but if you look at the Department of Revenue's annual report, all options declined that year. And so of all the options available, and there are 16 on that tax form, Arizona Wildlife is still the #1 recipient of those tax refunds. In fiscal 25, we adjusted some of our paid strategies, and we and those adjustments actually worked because we did see an increase in fiscal 25 of those tax contributions. So hopefully we can continue to see Arizona Wildlife remaining the top recipient for fiscal 26.
Heidi, Commissioner Buchanan has a question.
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Heidi, can you talk to us a little bit about the constraints with respect to these different contributions? I know obviously if it's somebody makes a donation for Send Water, it has to go, in fact, towards either catchments or delivering water, et cetera. Do we have the same kind of constraints for tax contributions? I'm trying to remember, is there a non-game? Just give us a little bit more detail there if you can.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, great question. Constraints, I wouldn't say constraints so much in that we really try to, we definitely support donor intent is huge. You know, if someone's giving to Send Water, yes, those dollars need to go to Send Water. That fund is managed both, you know, through the development branch where the biggest needs are. So whether it's helicopter water drops or it's catchment refurbishment, but anything that really goes to supporting that program of delivering life-saving water to the wildlife on the ground. The tax contributions, those primarily go to species of greatest conservation need, and that's within the Wildlife Management Division. We don't direct those dollars. That's, you know, it's historically always gone to support those, you know, that program. And then on the conserve side, so that's our general conserve bucket, and we have an internal granting process where programs, you know, present projects that you know that need additional funding, and so we're able to support a suite of projects every year that are funded by these donations. So it's really great. We're able to kind of diversify how these funds are spent, and it's been great to work on and work with.
So the message to people who donate is, if you make a donation and it has an intent, you can rest assured that we're going to follow through and ensure that your money's spent wisely. It's not going to some kind of admin costs, et cetera.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, that is correct. All of the donations go to on-the-ground wildlife conservation, whether it's through the Send Water program or the conservation projects that our biologists work on. That is correct. Next slide, please. So kind of along the donation line, just looking at the impact of donations over the years. So more than $1.6 million has been raised for the Send Water program. More than $445,000 in conserve and protect donations have been awarded to science-based on-the-ground wildlife conservation projects. And then more than $2.6 million have been raised in tax checkoff since fiscal 17. And so before I conclude the revenue portion of this presentation and move into social support, I do want to share details about a recent analysis we conducted involving license holders and donors. So we found that all donors who made an online contribution in 2024 of all donors who made an online contribution in 2024, 5% of them also purchased a license that year. So 95% of the department's donor base in 2024 potentially had not made any other financial contribution to the agency that year. Now, keep in mind, this is a snapshot in time, but we're starting to conduct these analysis, and we'll do it over 2025 too, because what we're pleased to see that we are in fact engaging a new audience that sees value in financially supporting the department's on the ground conservation efforts. And I will say that, you know, we did not compare that donor list across our other lines of business because we do have other customers. We have people who register watercraft and people who buy OHV decals. So we didn't do that analysis. We just wanted to start with our license holders, and that's what we found.
Interesting.
Next slide, please. Okay, so through this metric, we are measuring social support through the engagement rate on our social media channels, the Conserve and Protect landing page visits, the biennial trend survey, and then I'm also going to cover some additional metrics that we track, but I don't necessarily report on specifically for this priority. Next slide, please. So in talking about engagement rate, We look at the engagement rate across Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. The engagement rate measures the percentage of people who choose to interact, and that's a like, a share, a comment, or a save, with social media content after seeing it. Our monthly target is to meet or exceed 2.75%. The industry standard for government is 2.6%. We've managed to hit our target, this fiscal year. I do want to talk about that decline that we see in November. So in November of 2025, Facebook changed its algorithm for how it calculates engagement rate, which affected our overall engagement rate. However, our engagement rates for the other platforms, LinkedIn, X, and Instagram, do remain strong and consistent. So this is a great example of, why we increased our engagement rate goal, because last year we found that we were exceeding it pretty healthily each month, but we didn't stretch it further this year because we need to leave room for those social media platform algorithm changes. Next slide, please. So, and these are some of the tools and the metrics that we track, but that I don't report out for this specific priority, but they all funnel up to support agency awareness and relevancy. I'll start at the bottom, actually. So website analytics, on average, we get 8,800 people per month visiting the site. And in 2025, we had 9.2 million views of the site. The Arizona Wildlife Views TV show aired this past fall with an average Nielsen rating of 1.1 to 1.3, meaning roughly 1.1 to 1.3% of all households with TVs watched a specific show. So this is a stable rating representing a loyal audience. And according to PBS's audience demographic information, its viewers are families with young children, they're civically engaged, community leaders and decision makers, and they're well educated. The most popular episode this season was episode 6, covering information about Bubbling Ponds Fish Hatchery, Whitewater Draw wildlife viewing opportunities, and birding and hiking activities. More than 12,000 homes tuned into that program. And PBS Arizona has shared with us that Arizona Wildlife Views TV is among a top 5 local program for the station consistently, which is great. And then our eNews subscriber growth. So eNews products are part of the agency's owned channels where people elect to receive information about fishing, hunting, wildlife, boating, shooting sports. This past year, with help from IT, we were able to add an overlay or a pop-up to the department's main website page to encourage visitors to sign up to receive emails. So traditionally, we've had passive promotion of these products with just a sign up button on the website, but this pop-up has allowed for more active engagement. Next slide, please. This is just a graph showing you that growth each month, just simply due to having that pop-up on the site. And so that's an example of what the pop-up looks like. You can see in January, we reached, over 1,000 people signed up, and that's again due to the traffic to the site, primarily for the elk pronghorn draw. Next slide, please. I'm going to shift over into the Conserve and Protect campaign. This is just the basic who, what, where, when, why slide. We work diligently to increase the public's general awareness of the services it provides, and this is done by positioning the department as the state's wildlife agency, educating the public on the mission and funding, and reinforcing the use of the best available science to conserve and protect Arizona's 800 species of wildlife. These key messages are shared with target audiences via this campaign. Next slide, please. And so we've been conducting this campaign for 10 years. And so we wanted to kind of show how we started and how it's going comparison. So in 2014 and 2015, we had $2 million to start this campaign, and we started from ground zero. So building this campaign up, how are we going to do it? What are we going to talk about? All the way to now, where annually we've had about $1.5 million to support this campaign. And as you can see, when we started, the objective was just comprehensive statewide awareness. Who are we and what do we do? And you can see now we have, we've shifted to that balanced strategy to grow that unaided awareness and education and encourage that donation revenue. Our messaging pillars have expanded and evolved. We started with, evergreen outreach, and now we're talking about awareness. We're talking about donations. We've included tax checkoff. We're talking about Send Water. We're talking about the need for wildlife management. So while the funding has shifted and ebbed and flowed, but remained consistent over the past few years, that the demand has not. We are expanding this campaign. Each year we evaluate what's working. How can we maximize the return on our investment through strategic media placements, prioritization of messages, and then innovative outreach initiatives. And now we have the opportunity to look toward the next 20 years. So it's exciting times for sure. Next slide, please. And this is just quick, high level results of the fiscal 25 Conserve and Protect campaign. So we use traditional and digital media tactics to communicate key messages and promote those calls to action. And some of our key performance indicators for the campaign include impressions, click-through rates, which is a form of engagement, and traffic to the microsite. And we continue to find that paid social media is the main driver of traffic to that microsite. Next slide, please. And then this is that microsite metric where we're tracking number of visits every fiscal year to that site, because the site's a wealth of information. It talks about what the department does, how it's funded, how people can support wildlife conservation. We've got information about the North American model and fair chase on there. The average target this year was 350,000 visits to the microsite. And in February, more than 30,000 people hit that microsite, bringing the cumulative total to more than 400,000. So we have met our target. And I think Commissioner Guggenauer acknowledged that at the last meeting. Next slide, please. And then finally, the trend survey. So we have been conducting this trend survey for the past 30 plus years. And it is conducted to determine residents' participation in and satisfaction with outdoor recreation, their attitudes toward wildlife, and their opinions regarding the department and its priorities. And so some key questions that we look at very closely are related to awareness, funding, credibility, and public support. And those questions include, as far as you know, which government agency has the primary responsibility for managing Arizona's wildlife resources? How do you think the Arizona Game and Fish Department is funded? Overall, what sources of information on wildlife issues in Arizona would you consider to be the most credible? And then in general, do you support or oppose legal regulated hunting? And so this, the 2026 survey will launch this spring. We are currently working on getting that ready to go. So before I take any questions, I'm the one standing up here talking and sharing all the great information, but there is a whole team that is so smart and creative and skilled that does the work, that allows me to stand up here and share with you the good work and the way that we're moving the needle and the way that we're reaching people. So I have to acknowledge them for sure. And then, not only my staff, but just teams throughout the agency. I think I mentioned IT like 3 times today. Like we're so appreciative of the team support throughout the agency, throughout all the divisions that really allow us to do what we do best, tell the department story, and have that great collaboration and coordination. So with that, I will take any questions. Next slide, please.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Heidi, just on your last comment on the trend survey, so I've got a question and a comment. Do you remember what time of year is it that we get the results of that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan. So we typically get those results June and July.
Okay. So from my perspective, it can be very frustrating to see not a lot of movement in some of these trends, kind of regardless of how much effort the department, frankly, how much all of us expend on, how much energy we expend on educating the public and bringing everybody on board, et cetera. But I do think it's really important, especially when we look at its impact on socio-political support. The trend survey, if I'm not mistaken, it's not just limited to our constituents. So I'm pretty confident our constituents could answer all of those and we'd be a lot happier about the results. My concern is not the 10 or 15% that are extraordinarily anti everything we do. And it's not the 10 or 15% that are very supportive of everything we do. It's that great unwashed middle that can sometimes weigh in on ballot box initiatives and everything else. And because of I'd have to get the details with either Mr. Odenkirk or Sanchez about our limitations on involvement once a ballot initiative is started. But frankly, once that happens, we're fighting an uphill battle when it comes to weighing in on public opinion. That's why this is so important. I don't know what we're going to see. My suspicion is we're probably not going to see a lot of movement. So there's a so what. First of all, if we do see a lot of movement, especially if it's in a positive direction or a negative direction, what caused that? And what can we do to either reinforce success or change it if the opinions are headed in a wrong direction? And if we don't have much movement, I think we need to think through what juice might be worth the squeeze when it comes to investing more on this effort. I don't know what's the art of the possible. I mean, if we could move it 1 or 2 percentage points, but that costs us $10 million, I'd say that's probably not worth it. But there is a so what to all of this. So I really look forward to the results of this. Again, I love our sportsmen and women. I love the fact that they support us with licenses. That's in this world, that's not really what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about all those people who don't support us every day and don't know about our mission. And that's why this is critical work.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, if I may, you are correct about the trend survey. It is not a survey of our existing customers. We target, Maricopa County, we target Tucson area, we target up north. So we are reaching out to potentially people who don't know who we are. And then also kind of related to we're not so much worried about, the super supporters or the, people who don't support us, know who we are and just choose not to support us. When we're working on our campaigns and identifying those target audiences specifically through Conserve and Protect and the need for wildlife management, we are very, very keenly aware that we are trying to reach that middle segment. And so we will actively, continue to do that. And I agree. I think, seeing the results of the 2026 survey, I think taking a real hard look at it and what do we need to do? How much more effort do we need to do? What impacts have we made over the past 2 years from the last time that we conducted the survey?
Madam Chair, just to add on to that, I agree with everything you said, but more recently, population movements in and out of the state, this is a hard thing to overcome. We're doing a survey, we're trying to educate people, and then the next time we do a survey, it's a whole new set of people. So it's hard to get traction. And I guess as we look at the 26th day, that might be something that you want to keep in mind.
Heidi, I want to congratulate you for this amazing piece that you sent out. Go wild with your tax state refund. I love that. And it's clear, it's concise. I love this picture of the frog. I mean, I think it is so well done. And what I think is cool is that you're right. This is headed toward the non-consumer of really what we do. And because just looking at the pictures, I mean, you've got a Gila woodpecker, you've got a fish, you've got another little birdie down there, and just all kinds of cool stuff. This was brilliant. And you know who brought this to me and said, you have to have him do more of this? My husband. So I just had to bring it and say, thank you so much for that. The other thing I wanted to bring up that you guys are doing so well, as many of you know, Commissioner Guggenauer is also the president of Wildlife for Tomorrow, which is the 501c3 for Arizona Game and Fish. And all of the monies, I'm also on the board, and all of the monies that are intake from Wildlife for Tomorrow go directly into conservation for game and fish. And the work that you are doing now with our teams have been extraordinary. The example that I love, and there's several of them, the calendar. So our calendar for 2027, and you and I have talked about this, is to have the events for both Game and Fish and Wildlife for Tomorrow on there, like Expo. Have a QR code. Where can they sign up? some of the banquets and things that we do, our shotgun shoot that we had last week, all of that kind of thing. I think that expanded message with the how-to and how to get there is really, really going to help. And especially, I think that will help us create more donations to help you put more conservation on the ground. So I like that a lot. And I also like your new slide 6. We talked about this when we chatted earlier. That's great. I think that's a wonderful visual to see how all of that, the aspects that we work on fit together and what the results are. So I love when you're thinking about showing us things differently, because it helps me see it differently and it broadens my perspective of understanding. Excellent job. And thank you so much. And thank the team.
Will do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Small but mighty. So
indeed.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Great job.
Thank you, Heidi.
Mr. Luke
Madam Chair, that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
and Director.
Madam Chair, item 11 is Chairman, Commissioners, and Director comments.
All right. Commissioner Kerr, would you like to begin?
Well, first off, I'd like to welcome our new commissioner and again reiterate how excited we are that she's here. Got to do a wildlife project the other day, banding ducks, and that was fun to watch people sloshing around in the mud, and I'm sure that they thought it was a little bit funny when I walked out of my boots, but that's okay. That's part of the process. But we had a great time, and it was really cool to see conservation in action. So if you ever get a chance to volunteer for something like that, I highly recommend that you do it. So, and again, I'm going to thank Clay Hernandez for his work here on the commission. And if you're listening, Clay, just how much you're going to be missed.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple of comments. First, I want to echo what Commissioner Kerr just said, welcoming Commissioner Manuel and farewelling Commissioner Hernandez. Awesome. Awesome with the past we had and awesome with the future that we currently are going to enjoy. One of my comments has to do with the shoot that we just had that was primarily geared towards raising money for wildlife for tomorrow. I thought it was fairly well attended. I know that it raised a decent amount of money and it was great, but I know that I was talking with at least one of you after the fact, and there were a fair number of empty tables. And so brainstorming a little bit, how could we increase participation rate? And the discussion revolved around going after some corporate sponsorship, you know, for our likely partners, Bass Pro Shops, for example, Sheets, something like this, who are invested already in the kinds of things our constituents are interested in. And I don't know if that would have to be the Department or Wildlife for Tomorrow, but if we could secure some partnerships to help them fund participation, we could drive up potentially participation and provide more opportunities for people to shoot. So anyway, food for thought. No action item there or anything. I'm just thinking about how do we make next year's shoot even more successful.
I know, Tony, you and I have had conversations about that on how to get the sponsorships and how to go out, maybe in duality to do it together. So we're working on it.
Okay,
It is on our to-do list. Right, Commissioner?
Wait,
Guggen-
I'm not done.
I'm
Still have one
sorry.
more. So second comment has to do with next month's meeting. I know that part of what we do every year in April is we consider small game recommendations before the commission. Acting Assistant Director Cavalcant, you'll be aware that your team will come to us. And as is traditionally the case, the only type of species under small game that we listen to every year on recommendations is migratory birds and waterfowl. And that's really because they're managed partly, at least, by Fish and Wildlife Service and the nature of this. Last year, we decided what the quail seasons and limits were going to be, and that typically goes into effect for a 2-year period. However, we do print the regulations every year, and I'm concerned that the department may have different management recommendations than what we currently have. We heard some of that today. This isn't directly addressing those blue slip comments, but the department came to us in September with concerns about drought, concerns about quail populations, and we stuck with what we had already decided, which is fine. But we now have more information, which are the results, what happened in this hunting season, and what in fact was our wing barrel data. It could be that by April, we have at least results of some of the spring call counts, which doesn't really affect Mearns quail, but it does affect desert quail. I don't know, but I want to hear what the department has said, what they've concluded, given the data that they've collected, especially over this past year, if they have, and then secondly, if they have any management recommendations. I'm going to get to a motion in a second. I know that in the meantime, we funded and directed a postdoctoral study on Mearns quail, and her work is due to be completed in June. I'd be happy to listen to it as part of this. I'd be happy to listen to it at some point in the future, but we've already told you, the department, to come back to us with what that researcher has found. If it affects management decisions for this year's season, then we probably ought to hear it in April, which is the last opportunity to get our decisions in a printed manual as opposed to hearing it at some other point down the road. So to those ends, I'd like to make a motion that the department include quail, what they found for data, and if they have any management recommendations as part of the April commission meeting rather than skipping till next year.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Do you have a comment?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. So, interesting comment. I think a lot of us will recall back in September when we approved the quail seasons for 2 years, and that's what is in place. We did ask the department to continue with the study, and as they get additional information that would change something, to come forward with that. I don't know where they are with this study. The last update that I got was sometime this summer. They'll be finished with that analysis. So I'm all for getting the data. I don't want the department to rush to some conclusion to be there for April, especially if we're going into that with the idea that we're going to change our regulations that we already approved just 6 months ago. So I would be opposed to this motion, and that's where I am.
Yes. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, we made the decision in April, so that was a year ago. That's when we made the decision. We directed the department to come back to us if they had more information, which they did in September, and we stuck with what we decided.
That's what I'm saying.
So we do have more data. We have another year's worth of rainfall data, and we do have more data from hunting feedback through the use of wing boxes. I'm having a brain cramp here. Wing barrel boxes, wing boxes. So we do have more data from this year's hunting season. And that's what I'm asking the department to come back, especially if they have changes in management recommendations.
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
please.
Kelly, can you help with this at all? Do you have any update on where we are with that ability to report?
So my understanding, speaking to the research project that the university is working through, the first part of the 2-part study is complete. We're looking through our 30+ year data set of wing barrel data. Commissioner Buchanan is correct in that there could potentially be additional information from the last year of harvest, but to be frank, I'm not entirely familiar with when that data will be available or if it will be available for this most recent season in April. The second piece of the research project for the U of A study is not complete. And while they're making great progress in using that wing barrel data to inform the population model that takes into account environmental factors that could influence quail abundance, it will not be complete by April and is estimated sometime later this summer.
And so I am all, Madam Chair,
please.
I am all for getting that data when we're finished with it, we're ready to go. I don't think anything would change any of the opinions by next month. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Nay. We have 3-2, and it will come back up in April. Okay, thank you so much. Great. Director?
Ma'am.
Did you all complete your comments? Nope. We
Oh,
didn't
oh.
get past you. You want to go next? You want me to go?
You go.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that. We were halfway through.
You want to go?
No, no,
Okay.
not me. I want to be here all night.
So we've been talking about the Conservation Cup. Last Saturday was a great event out there at Ben Avery. If you're not part of that, I want to call out a couple of people. Chris Chan did an excellent job representing the department on the planning committee. Thank you for that engagement. And my second one is to Renee Wilcox, because she saved the leadership team from getting the participation award at the thing. So I wanted to give a shout out to her, but thanks for the leadership.
My team.
Thanks for the
Okay.
leadership being there. It was well represented. And I think to the public, when we show this unification, and I wrote all these guys, the last thing they need to do on another Saturday is be away from their families, but we sincerely appreciate the effort to be out there. Next thing for me was we had a Pace and Natural Resource Committee meeting last week. This is an HPC meeting, basically, where we get together and talk about conservation projects that is happening in rim country and around the Payson area. They talked about collaring 40 elk.
We'll take
Sorry, Jim.
Gave him a heart attack.
40 elk. And this was ironic. Last year, they collared a couple of elk and they moved them down to Doll Baby Ranch area, which is about 20, 30 miles south of Payson, Pine, Strawberry area. Within 3 days, those elk had gotten back to where they were picked up and moved from. At the same time, they moved a couple clear up by Commissioner Kerr's area, up around Pine Top, and they did stay up on top. They didn't come back to the town. So we're going to do that again this year and put more emphasis on moving elk so we can understand this. This could be a solution to something that's been troubling rim country for a lot of years. This amount of elk that are in town, all over the roads. Anyone who's driven up there, I'm sure, knows what I'm talking about. But maybe this is something there. But the meeting, working with the public up there, working with different organizations was just great to see everybody working together to try to find a solution to these things up there. And I credit the Region 6 guys that Joe Sayer leads this meeting, did a phenomenal job. And my last comment is not a sexist comment, but I want to tell you something. I've never sat between two commissioners that have lipstick and blush at their tables over here. That's kind of unique for me, and I appreciate it.
And it's the first time in Game and Fish history where there have been two women sitting on the commission. So welcome, fair maiden. Do you have any comments?
Commissioner Guggenhauer, we'll get you wearing some lip gloss here soon. None other than that, I just want to say that I'm very happy to be sitting where Clay was sitting. I know it's a lot of big shoes to fill, but I'm very excited for it. And just thank you to everybody who's helped push this opportunity for me.
Well, it's a thrill for us. It is a thrill for us. And everyone, I want to remind you that our expo for Arizona Game and Fish is coming up the end of this month, March 28th and 29th at Ben Avery, and it's everything. Bring the kids, bring the family. It's just a lot of fun.
Adopt a tortoise.
Adopt a tortoise. You can adopt a tortoise up there. And Tony, what did we have last year? 35,000? Yeah, 35,000 on Saturday and Sunday. I will be there both days, giving out stickers that I'm the only one that will have them for the kiddos. My goal is to terrify small children. But besides that, it's fun. There's so much to do for the families. There's food trucks, there's food stands, and it just is really nice. And I know for people down here, it's a bit of a drive, but it's worth it. It's really fun. So come join us. What time does that open? It's 9 to 3, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock on both Saturday and Sunday. Pray for good weather and no wind. So that is all that I have. Director?
Madam Chair, item 12 is future agenda items and action items.
All right, Madam Chair, Mr. Director, we do have 2 items from today's meeting. The first one was the action item that was just voted on by the commission. It was for the department at the April commission meeting to present/include any new data regarding Mearns quail. That would include last year of harvest, anything from wing barrels, et cetera, and if available, data from the U of A study in a department management recommendations for the April commission meeting.
Can I?
Yes,
Did
sir.
you say Mearns quail? Because I said quail.
Quail, okay.
And I meant to include the desert,
Oh.
the desert birds as well.
Madam Chair,
Small quails.
Commissioner Buchanan, that's perfect. That was, I think in my head, I had Mearns, but I will change that to quail broadly. Thank you for that clarification. And then the second item was for the department to prepare a letter from the chair on behalf of the commission to the Secretary of the Interior regarding Secretarial Order 3447, expanding hunting and fishing access opportunities. And we have assigned that to Cali action item Cavalcant. I think we can move the moniker over to Cali. Thank you, Cali.
That's great. We have 2 action items. We need to vote on those. No, we
Madam
don't?
Chair,
Okay, no.
we do not. They've
Okay,
been voted
good.
on.
All right. Fabulous.
Madam Chair,
Char?
item 13 is the litigation report.
No further items on the litigation report.
Thank you, sir.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
sir.
that completes the agenda we have for today.
That completes the agenda. I need a motion to close the meeting,
So moved.
please.
So moved, seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll kill you. All right, this meeting is adjourned.
All right.